Okay, folks, if you're up and around in the chambers, we'll ask you to grab a seat so that we can get our meeting started this evening. This will be our 2-minute warning, and we'll ask our staff to go ahead and call GovTV and let them know we're ready. Great. Mr. Ellis, I think you have to go out this way. They have it all locked down for us. Good to see you. All right, folks, good evening and welcome to the 26th meeting of the 25th City Council. We will call this meeting to order. All of our counselors are present this evening. Councilor Benton will be a few minutes late, and he'll be excused if we need to on the record until he arrives. Madam Vice President.
Oh, Mr. President, we have a moment of silence. At this time, I'd like to ask Councilor Bassan to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and Councilor Sanchez to lead us in Spanish.
Thank you, counselors, and thank you to everyone. Again, I'll have to remind you that if you're up and about, we'll ask you, you do have to take a seat during the meeting so folks can come and go in our aisle. So if you would, just be sure you grab a seat if you're up and about. Civic Plaza parking passes are provided for members of the public. You can obtain a parking pass from the council staff at the table near the chamber entrance. Members of the public, our city staff, and the media have the ability to view this meeting in person and on our live streams through our 4 different platforms: GovTV on Channel 16, the GovTV website, YouTube, and our Zoom webinar. Live streams are always accessible on smartphones, tablets, or computers, and also our meeting is closed captioned, and you can enable that on your television or device at any time. A video recording of this and all of our past council meetings remain available for viewing at any time on our City Council website. If you need assistance, you can contact our council staff at 768-3100 during normal business hours, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. The council normally takes a break about 7 p.m. this meeting. We'll try to do that at the most convenient sort of natural break in our agenda, depending on how fast we go this evening. With regard to decorum in our chambers, we want to remind you that tonight's proceeding, like all of them, have to be civil and respectful. We don't make any personal attacks, and we ask you not to make any applause or outbursts during the meeting so that the councilors can focus on the agenda at hand. And the meeting will go a lot smoother if we're all respectful of one another. To that end, we always say a few words about decorum and the rules that are in place in our council chambers. Handouts of the rules are available at our staff table before the meeting, and we're happy to provide those to you at other times. There are no signs, props, posters, or banners allowed in the chamber, other than those that can be displayed on the overhead during presentations. We'll help you with that if you need assistance. Those materials should not be held or waved in a manner that blocks the view of others or creates a distraction from the speaker or the business at hand. Items that are displayed on the overhead must be removed at the end of your public comment if you're here for that purpose. Only the individual whom the council president has called on to provide public comment may stand at the podium. And multiple persons are not allowed to stand at the podium unless you need the assistance of a translator, in which case you should let our staff know so we can help accommodate you. There's no tolerance for disruptive public outbursts. A handicap landing area is at the side of the dais, must be kept clear at all times. If you desire to record our meetings, you are welcome to do so, but you have to be directed to the landing area on the left side of the dais, or you can do so from your seat if it doesn't disrupt others. The fire marshal is directed to strictly enforce our ingress and egress rules today to ensure that public safety is maintained. In the event that we have a violation, we provide one warning to anyone who causes a disruption. Upon a second or continued disruption, that individual may be asked to leave the chambers, and security may be asked to escort that person out of the chambers so that the meeting may continue. Such removal may be effective until the remainder of the meeting. If continued disruptions occur, I may recess the meeting until order is restored, and if necessary, may clear the chambers of persons participating in that disturbance. Those are the do's and don'ts, and we welcome those of you who choose to stay with us this evening. So thank you for following along, and Madam Vice President, it's your meeting.
Thank you, Mr. President. This time we have proclamations and presentations. The presentation regarding EV charging station, Kelsey Radar and Saif Ismail from the Office of Sustainability will present.
Button over here? Okay. All right, can everyone hear me okay? Awesome. Good evening, councilors. My name is Kelsey Rader, and I am the Sustainability Officer for the City of Albuquerque.
And good evening, this is Saif Ismail. I'm the Energy and Sustainability Manager for the City of Albuquerque.
Thank you all so much for inviting us to present this evening. We're going to be discussing some of the city's city-owned EV charging stations that we applied and received funding for from the VW Settlement Fund, and some plans for the future. Next slide, please.
Sure. The city have installed 20 level 2 stations across the city, with 36 station ports and a total of 12 locations across the city. That's been supported from the Volkswagen, settlement grant fund that we used to install those stations. These stations, based on the analysis and data we have run, supports 481 unique drivers a month and save an estimated 60,000 gallons of gasoline and 16.7 metric tons of greenhouse gas emission yearly. When we install those stations, we wanted to make sure the sites is being installed correctly and the citizens are getting benefit from those charging stations. So we noticed there's the highest usage on street parking, on 3rd and Marquette, downtown area, Nob Hill, North Dominica, Baca have the highest usage of those stations.
And that data that Saif is sharing, we have from our brain system that his division monitors, which this has been very helpful in helping us understand what the usage is looking like across the city, what types of benefits we're receiving, and that is also, those are minimum numbers because we are going to be expanding the stations that are connected to the brain in the coming months, so we're very excited to have updates on usage data in the future. Next slide, please. So for criteria in terms of siting these stations, it should be said that we started off with 2 city-owned charging stations in 2018, and now with the 20 stations that we have with the 36 ports, predominantly those stations were funded with VW grant funding. And so when we sited these stations, we needed to follow the criteria that was laid out by the state in order to receive that funding. So some of the predominant criteria that we had to focus on was proximity to the interstates. We had to be looking for locations that were near to entertainment. For level 2 charging stations, it takes about 2 to 4 hours to charge your vehicle fully. So we needed to have it near restaurants, shopping, locations where people were going to be spending quite a bit of time. We also had to have equity considerations in mind, and of course that's important for all of our projects and sustainability. So we were looking for areas and locations where we were going to be able to demonstrate some vehicle emissions for areas that were experiencing high levels of vehicle pollution. And in addition to that, of course, we wanted to make sure from the city's interest that we were getting some geographic diversity. SAFE can talk about this as well. Not all sites are created equal. Oftentimes there's infrastructure upgrades that need to take place in order to host those stations. So a whole host of factors go into siting these stations specifically for this last round. When future rounds come up, they're not going to have the same type of criteria because we'll be applying for different types of grants. And of course, we're always receptive and interested in to try and meet the needs of council and the public and where they would like to see stations as well. Next slide, please. So with all of that intro, these are the 12 site locations that we have our charging stations at. So you can see, again, that real close proximity to the interstates, especially in North Valley, close to the 25, and then really following closely around the 40. However, I'd like to go to the next slide because this is, of course, just the first phase. We had limited amount of budget for the first phase of charging stations, and of course, we want to expand. So I'll let Safe talk a little bit about some of the stations that we're hoping to put in, where we're hoping to start filling in some service gaps across the city.
So after the first round we did on phase 1, let's call it, for installing 12 locations across the city, we noticed that there's a potential of increase and improvement in other city facilities, supporting the city fleet and supporting the public, having those charging stations across the city. So we have allocated almost 17 sites, across the city, covering south, the 4 quadrants of the city, south, southeast, southwest, northeast, northwest, and also making sure, based on the data analysis that we did and the benefits on having those stations and the users, based on requests that happen, on interviews, meeting with public, doing a full analysis on infrastructure of those facilities, that we want to make sure installing those stations have a huge benefit for the citizens. Also, when we install a new building, like Westgate Community Center, we have already had the infrastructure ready to have those stations installed. So there is a lot of cost, even saving, by installing those stations on new government facilities.
All right, last slide, please. So just to sort of wrap everything up, of course, when we're looking at future site priorities, how we're going to be siting some of these charging stations, of course, filling in network gaps is very important. It should be said, too, that, of course, the sites we're talking about are all city-owned. There's many other additional sites that are owned by the private sector. So we're going to be, of course, looking at the city facility gaps, but also the private sector gaps as well, making sure that we're making them available for facilities that are located in neighborhoods, and so all folks are able to use these as often as possible. Of course, we are trying to purchase as many plug-in hybrids and electric vehicles in the city fleet as possible as well, so expanding the network is going to, of course, help our own city vehicles. And again, we also want to be looking at where can we reduce vehicle pollution, who is experiencing the highest levels of vehicle pollution, how can we make sure that equity is a strong part of the conversation, and ensuring that we're going to have high usage. We really want these stations to be in places where they're going to get some really high usage, we're going to get the most bang for our buck. And then finally, we're very excited that we're going to be having announcements soon about grant funding for future EV rideshare services and programs here at City of Albuquerque. So again, helping to expand our EV charging station network is going to be able to support those programs as well. So with that, thank you so much again, counselors, and happy to take any questions.
Counselors? Counselor Bassan?
Madam Vice President, thank you. So I'm excited about this, and I'm particularly excited about it because I've had some constituents reach out. So how much does each charging station cost on average to install?
That's a great question, Counselor Bassan. I'll leave that to our expert SAFE to talk a little bit more about, because there is quite a range depending on the infrastructure needs.
Yeah, exactly. So it depends on the location, it depends on the sizing of the electrical infrastructure. So right now we have an average between $50,000 to $70,000 charging station, dual port, level 2. So level 3 is fast charge. It costs more because we have to upgrade a lot of infrastructure from phase 2 to phase 3, electrical services, panels, a lot of engineering involved in those types of upgrades. But level 2 is a common level we use within that range.
Madam Vice President, and so particularly, I have people that say that there's not enough chargers at North Domingo Baca. So are there plans, because I realize that we have plenty of places in Albuquerque that we need to make sure to get charging stations in. Is it something that is even worth trying to pursue, getting additional chargers put in at North Domingo Baca before there are more put out in other parts of the city?
Sure, absolutely. And like I mentioned earlier, we have the brain that gives us good data on the usage and the hours and time. So we noticed North Domingo Baca is one of the highest usage rank. The good thing, when we did the phase 1, we have added extra conduits and extra box for future infrastructure upgrade. So now it's easy for us just to go and install those stations instead of adding more cost on the infrastructure. So they're ready for future expansion.
And I'm also happy to say, Counselor, that we are actually developing another grant application to go to NMDOT this week, and North Domingo Baca is on that list.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you very much, because let me know how I can assist and help. I know that it's, again, necessary throughout the whole city, but at the same time, I know that I have people regularly asking me now, saying that it's always full. People are using it there. So I see that your data is supporting that. So let me know how we can help as well, aside from just finding the unbelievable pockets of money that everyone thinks the city has, which we don't. We're working on it.
Thank you.
Counselor Pena?
Thank you, Madam Vice President. So I had asked if you'd come do the presentation. As you may remember or not remember, you guys did a presentation a few years back, and I just wanted to see where we were and how far we've come. So just before I ask my question, do you have where all the sites are now? Did I miss that slide?
Yes, we can go back to that slide. I think that is slide number 4. Maybe a few back.
Yes. This is the one.
That's the future. That's our upgrade opportunity. This is our current.
Yeah. So the current.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So is there a way to see where the potential sites, it still kind of leaves the west side with only 6 charging stations. And then when you look at the southwest area, although you did put 2 additional ones, which is cool, but that's potential future, right? I just really want to, here I go, but just, the settlement was really about providing, the equity in underserved communities, and I see that there's a lot in the, in Councilor Davis's district, but it doesn't seem like there's a lot in kind of the international district either. So what can we do to make sure that we really look at that equity and underserved communities through a different lens?
That's a great question, Counselor. Can we go to the next slide? So we did ensure that that International District Library is going to be included in the upcoming grant application. We also wanted to make sure that we were paying special attention to the west side and trying to expand out there as well. Again, we're always interested in trying to ensure that equity is a part of the conversation. In particular, of course, trying to use tools like the EPA EJ Screen tool to make sure that we're identifying the locations that are really the most impacted by vehicle pollution. Again, it's a little bit of a tricky balance trying to find sites that are always going to be publicly accessible 24/7 for the public, sites that are going to be geographically distributed, and also making sure that they all sort of align with budget. We don't break the bank trying to upgrade infrastructure, but we're absolutely interested in trying to take any feedback in particular that you may have for our expansion as well.
Yeah, I'd like to see maybe if we can just set up a meeting just to discuss it, because I see that there's potential improvement, but we still lack, I mean, the west side as a whole. And when you talk about traffic congestion and emissions, you know, all of us trying to get across the river is really where there should be a lot of emphasis, because we're traveling to and from just to get to this side of the river. So just looking at the map, it seems like we still have a long ways to go. And, you know, I sympathize with, you know, other counselors, but yeah, I'd like to set up a meeting because it seems like it could use some work. Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Madam Vice President, thank you. Yeah, any reason why there's none in the northwest area, District 5? A lot of commuters in that area. Or why you're not showing it, I don't think I'm seeing anything in that northwest quadrant of the city.
So usually on the northwest area, we try to target, you know, heavy use facilities, you know, that use a lot, like community centers, you know, libraries. So we identified those locations based on phase 2 and the best practices from phase 1, which came up with a lot of usage, like as an example, North Domingo, you know, southeast and southwest. So phase 2 is a study, and we're trying to see, you know, we're studying through the infrastructure and make sure that, you know, how many stations we're going to add in those areas. So like Kelsey mentioned, this is just a preliminary, you know, study on where we're going to locate them. We're going to do a detailed study on construction costs, and we might have a final location hopefully by the end of this week.
Okay, so initially, I mean, there's about 50,000 people that live in District 5, the northwest area, and I guess what would be the reasoning, or what's the data that would show, at least initially, that you're not showing any stations in that area?
So on the northwest, we have Taylor Ranch Community Center. We have added a station there.
It's not in my district. It's
Okay.
it's probably the only district on there that doesn't show an EV station.
Yeah, you know, really, it comes down to just the availability of some of our facilities, and especially if, Counselor, excuse me, if you're talking about the current EV charging stations and where they're sited at right now, we're really focused on, the state was really focused on trying to fill in the interstate corridors, so they were focused on 25 siting and then also 40 siting. And so, you know, when we kind of move out west and follow the 40 along, we were just starting to run out of options in terms of facilities that were going to be able to qualify for the grant criteria.
Right. Well, and I think that goes along the lines of equitability. When you're looking at equitability, you have to look at geographical equitability as well. And you got about 50,000 people in that area and more on the west side where there's, so, you know, I'd like to see some of the reasoning and the logic behind that, how we're developing those sites.
Absolutely. We're excited for the next phase. I think that as more funding is coming down from the federal government, there's looser restrictions. We're able to look at more sites, to apply for more sites, and do a lot more infill. So the Northwest Quadrant is certainly on our radar.
Thank you. Councilor Benton.
Appreciate the fact that there are a bunch of them in District 2, so thank you for that. But I think that's also has to do with the fact there are a lot of public facilities in District 2 that made it easy to install them. And that brings me to my real question, which is, it's fine, it's nice to have a charging station at the zoo. You know, you can probably get a pretty good charge in the time that you're going to be there at the zoo. But the question has been raised in my district about placing them near housing, and that we think about where they need to go in terms of housing. There's apartment districts or developments all over town that, you know, I just wanted to ask that question about how that fits into your planning.
Well, I'm pleased to share, I'm getting a little bit ahead of ourselves because we will have an announcement about this in the coming weeks, but we have been approved to receive funding from Department of Energy to do a low-income EV rideshare project, and we've got 2 low-income affordable housing locations identified for that project. So one on the west side at Nuevo Atrisco Apartments, and then one over on, I believe, Jackson and Central, so the upcoming Highland apartment complex as well. I will say, just from a technical standpoint, it gets a little tricky when we start getting into the private sector. This grant allows us to be able to do that at affordable housing projects, but Oftentimes for grants, we're, having to be careful about rights of way and leases, et cetera. So that's why oftentimes city facilities are a very easy, or a very direct path for us to go down. But the housing, we're taking our first steps in the housing direction for sure.
Yeah, with regard to privately owned parcels, I'm not suggesting that we be putting them in on a privately owned parcel. But if there's a privately owned parcel with, let's just say, 60 apartments somewhere, now, it's got a street somewhere near it, and that could have the electric charging station. That is a public facility. So, I mean, that's a matter of looking at the demographics and looking at the numbers and who might really want to be using these and get the biggest bang from the buck from them. That's my point about it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. So on that map, also in District 7, there are no charging stations, but I'm looking at the PlugShare app, and it does look like there are, I know this in my district, there are some, but it looks like there are also some in the other districts that we're looking at here that are privately developed. And so I just think that maybe a helpful thing before the meetings would be to overlay the privately developed charging stations with the city infill on that so that you can see the real picture, because there are not enough, but there are existing charging stations, and it looks like every district from the PlugShare app. So just thinking through that, I'd like to see more in District 7, but we do have quite a few private ones already.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you. Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Also, with my district, there's no charging stations currently. And one of the things that Councilor Lewis and I share is the very long Coors corridor, which is totally neglected. So I think it's really important that if you're going to get from point A to point B, that there needs to definitely be a charging station, especially if you're going to be coming downtown or to work on the east side. And we're totally neglecting that area. So I too would like to sit down in the meeting that you have with Councilor Pena and hopefully Councilor Davis and Councilor Feeblecorn. I'll sit with, it looks like we all need to sit with you. Thank you.
Councilor Lewis.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we've made the point, and thank you for the presentation. It's exciting the work that you guys are doing and what you're bringing in. But I think just worth pointing out that some of the areas that we're talking about in the northwest area are some of the largest infill areas, in our cities. We have to keep in mind that some of the, some very old parts of the city that are in some of those areas. The Northwest Transit Center is a large publicly owned facility with many buildings that we serve that serve a lot of people in that area. So again, talking about equity, I think we need to keep in mind geographical equity there. And I'll just reiterate that I'm interested in just the logic and data as you're moving forward with where many of these locations will go. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to see more in mine too, so I'm excited to see this go forward. Thank you for the presentation. Appreciate it.
Thank you, councilors. Happy that everyone
Thank
wants
you.
charging stations.
Thank you.
Okay. At this time, we have administration questions and answers. First, I'm going to ask Mr. President to make a comment.
Madam Vice President, thank you. We had mentioned our rules earlier in the meeting, and I'm going to ask the gentleman we mentioned earlier, we asked you to take a seat. I'm going to ask the gentlemen that are up and filming to please use our filming locations, which are down here on the front row and the left, or to please take a seat so that you're not disrupting the meeting for others who are trying to traverse. So we've asked you to take a seat, and we'll consider this your first warning. So would you please take a seat or use our filming areas that are designated here on the left? Where are those at? Down here on the front row, right in the middle. Thank you, gentlemen. Madam Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Are there any questions, councilors, for the administration? Councilor Bassan?
Madam Vice President, so recently I saw that there was a release regarding the San Mateo and Catherine site and how it's going to be the new headquarters for ACS, which I know about, but I'm just wondering if we can get an update as to the progress there, what the plan is in regards to how it compares with Gibson, because I know that ACS is currently working out of there, and I do have a scheduled tour for that this week, so I'm looking forward to it. But I'm wondering what the process is, progress. Are we building still? Are we renovating? What are we doing to create a new property for this? And is it really necessary?
Mr. President and Councilor Bassan, I'll have Mr. Montoya give you an update.
Mr. President and Councilor Bassan, just a quick update on ACS Catherine San Mateo. So we actually break ground on April the 8th for the ACS facility. That's a 10,000 square foot facility on the south end of that campus. The site is 5 acres total. At this point, the south end, again, would be ACS. Director Mariela is here as well to answer any questions about that. The middle of that complex, we just finished the courtyard, which is a truck vending food court. And then we've not made a final decision on the north end of the campus. Some of the choices that we have could be a fire station. Fire station number 11 needs to be relocated. That's an option. Housing is the second option. We've heard from the neighborhood and from Councilor Davis's constituents. They'd like to see additional retail space in that area. We're also looking at possibly a pocket park or a park of some sort. But the site will be fully developed, we figure, within about 2.5 to 3 years, but ACS is completed in about 18 months.
Thank you, Director. And how is this going to impact the flooding and the potential that we need to do with updating? I know it's my understanding that we have some potential requirements that we need to upgrade the flood zones in Albuquerque, and building on this property before doing that could be a negative impact. And I just want to make sure that you kind of update us to that as well, please.
Mr. Chairman, or Mr. President, and Councilor Bassan, we actually have 2 projects that we're working with the MAFTA very closely on. The first is the Zuni, Pennsylvania, we call it Zuni Penn. That is about a $10.5 million facility. The city is incurring half of that cost. That should go to construction early next year. We have another site that is at Alvarado and Eastern, which is close to the Gibson Center. That property is owned by the city. We are in negotiations now with the MAFCA. We will actually have them build the site. The city will maintain it. That alleviates some of the flooding we're hoping in the Pueblo Alto and Council Fibrocorns district, but for the most part, it resolves some of the issues that we currently have in that entire area and working our way a little northwest of that.
Thank you, Director. And then, so I appreciate that, and I want to make sure that so far, and we're looking at doing our committee of the whole meeting later this week. And in the committee substitute, I'm making sure that we do leave funding in there for these projects. I do realize their significance and their importance. So whether we're leaving money in there or I'm adding some more money into different ones, then I just want to make sure that we're on the same page, and moving forward, we can protect both aspects of that.
And Mr. President and Councilor Bassan, so ACS is fully funded. That's a good thing. That's the reason we were able to proceed. We have $5 million in the 2023 bond program for stormwater and the discharge of water for the Zuni Penn project.
Thank you, Director. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Questions that I have is, I'm not sure why we need to be building a brand-new ACS facility when our main police station is half empty. We also have substation in Montgomery and Tramway that's empty. We have an Old Town substation that's half empty. South Broadway substation is half empty. And also, since the county left, this building is half empty. So it sounds to me that there's plenty of facilities without spending more taxpayer money to get this job done. And I just want to know why we're not using any of these other facilities to take care of that situation, and why we're building a brand new one.
Good evening, City Council, Council President, Councilor Sanchez. I think we're actually really open to that. Now, the building with the GO bonds was something we'd been talking about. That's an area that was already heavily in Blythe. And if you pass by it, it's going to be a target for a lot of the issues that we're seeing in other areas where there's just open space. Let's be really honest. It's already has a lot of needles in different areas that we then have to clean up every year. So that's a community area that, we also get one of the most volumes for calls for service. So it is an area that we felt it was easy for us to have a headquarters there, because we knew that it was an area that needed to have direct and fast response. Now, it's not to say that we won't, right? One of the hopes is that we can take over a couple of those empty substations, which will be much cheaper, but our team is already headed up into the hundreds, and I do need to have some spaces and safe spaces for them to be able to work out of and take notes and handle their personal business. These are not hubs for community, although the one at San Mateo and Catherine will have some community space that we can use for meetings and different things. But that Gibson Health Hub was ultimately to get us out of downtown and City Hall, which is not an approachable and accessible place for many people. And we wanted to be out in the community. And it had plenty of spaces for parking, right? We have a fleet now. Spending $100 per car downstairs to park our cars was not really smart. So we really wanted to be fiscally responsible. Gibson is going to be able, that space, I think Director Pierce can talk about maybe what the future of that education's building is going to look like, but we've already outgrown it. I've got 2 or 3 staff members already bunkered up in each of those offices. So there's definitely a little bit over it. The other piece is we don't offer that direct service that gateway is meant to be offering. We're out in the field, so we really need a hub that my team can, and you as an officer, Councilor Sanchez knows best, you need to have a space that you can decompress, that you can reflect, that you can jot your notes down, that you can feel safe in, so that you can, get some peace and then go back out in the field.
Thank you. I hope the administration's listening, because also the fact that we are so down on officers, if you walk into a police substation, it's basically a ghost town. There's plenty of room other than buying another facility or building another facility. We need to be a little bit better when we utilize these facilities, because what's the use of just building facilities when we're not even putting the manpower in these facilities? I know for a fact that I've walked into the substation not too long ago in my district, and there was nobody in the substation. Absolutely nobody at all in the substation except for the officer that walked me through. And nobody was in there. There was nobody doing any paperwork. All the officers were answering calls for service. The briefing room, when I was a police officer, there was 50 people in a briefing room. Now the briefing room only holds like 12 people, if that. So there is plenty of facilities to deal with. There's actually big gyms in these facilities now. And before, we didn't even have gyms. We were worried about officers being able to do their jobs. And now these buildings are basically empty. And I hope that the administration takes a walk, goes out there, goes into these substations, and sees that there's no sense in spending extra money building a whole other ACS facility when we already have the facilities in place to take care of this.
Thank you. Any other questions for Director? Director or Councilor Lewis?
Director, where are you on hiring the personnel that we budgeted for this year?
So with our mid-year projections, we are pretty much over 50% in hiring. We had to redo some class and changes to our budget last minute, but it was able to get funding. We want to go 24/7 this year, and because there had been some of the funding that was given to us early on went into that reserve pot. Early on, we were able to fill all those positions, and now we're asking to be able to make that next level. So we think that we'll be able to be staffed up over the next quarter, and definitely going into June.
Okay.
That'll put us at about 120 employees.
And you have a report coming out soon this year as far as your productivity. When does that come out?
Well, it's September. We will be 2 years in September. Barely 2 years, guys. We're just a brand new department still. But you guys, each of you gets a monthly report that we send out. But I will say our calls for service have been strong. The kind of calls that we're getting are great. And I will tell you, from a national perspective, this is still one of the best departments that nationwide we're seeing.
I was thinking about your annual booklet that you put out. I think we're about due for that about now, aren't you?
The annual report, our first one went out, it was a strategy report, and that went out in December of 2021. So we're still up for another one here in a little bit. But
Strategy report, okay.
Yeah, you'll see that.
All right. Vice President, unless there's any other questions, I just had
Go ahead.
I actually wanted to just thank we had a really good celebration of a new road that was completed on the west side, and so I wanted to thank Director Pat Montoya and his team and the administration. The mayor and the administration really supported this project of West Side Boulevard, $10 million project, and had the honor of opening that road officially on Friday, and so appreciate that. The the project spanned, the funding of the project spanned many years, and I think all of you had a part in funding that in some way. So I do want to thank the council for supporting that roadway. You know, I think it spanned multiple administrations as well as my predecessor that supported the project as well. So it's a great roadway, 4-lane roadway from 528 where Intel is and where we border, the city borders with the city of Rio Rancho, and goes all the way through to really to Rust Hospital. And so it's a great area. It's in the northern part of our city, and it's a great main arterial roadway that will help a lot of traffic from going in other parts of our city right into a lot of neighborhoods on the west side. And that traffic will go where it's supposed to go on our major arterial roads there too. So a lot to celebrate there. And again, I want to thank the administration for your support on that project and many people in the DMD I know that made that project happen. It takes a lot of people to be able to build a big road like that. So, and we're excited to do more, and certainly the council's support for Unser and Paseo this last year, and some legislative support this year. I think we're going to, we're funded and going to be funded for Unser and Paseo, which is another big part of our strategy in that area as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations, y'all. Any other questions? I have some questions for Alan Varela and Director Varela and the Planning Department.
Mr. President, Councilor Grau.
Hi, Director. Thank you for being here. I wanted to ask you about the Planning Department a little bit. How many permit applications are under consideration right now?
And we have right now, and I do want to let you know that I brought with me a gentleman who you haven't met before, Mr. Dean Cadell. Dean is our assistant building safety manager for that whole group down there. Dean has headed up our plan review section now for quite some time, doing it in a very sophisticated, highly qualified fashion. Our permit review person retired a few weeks ago, and Dean is now also filling in that role, which is an advantage because there's a total synergy between those two. The plan review is the invisible portion of issuing a permit. A lot of people say, hey, I submitted for a permit, it's taking forever. It isn't because their construction documents have been completed and submitted. It's because a lot of items are still going through the initial plan review. And so with Dean helping us oversee both of those now, we're coming up with some additional process improvements. For example, it looks like some of the space downstairs at the planning department will be vacated soon. And we are then going to have the permit review folks along with the plan review people on the same floor so that they can start working together and doing cross-training. So we did look at the questions that you sent today. Just since February 1 alone, up till now, so just in approximately 1 month, we've had 171 building permits submitted for review. 101 of those in the last month are for housing.
101?
101 are for housing, and that's just submitted in the last month, yes.
Okay, how many units do these pending projects represent?
And of those for housing, they represent 101, which are for single-family residential. We have not received any applications in the last month for apartment complex for multifamily. However, we do have several of those that are in the works and that are on the cusp of finalizing their reviews, and they're going to be issued. And those represent, those three, and Dean has details on them, represent over 500 units, which should be receiving their permits for the apartments sometime within the next 1 to 2 months.
Okay, we're in a housing shortage. We've heard that, right?
Yes.
What are the biggest barriers to getting these permits?
And Councilor Davis and, President Davis and Councilor Grout, the largest barriers to getting permits are people applying for them. I think that it's the rising interest rates that have really slowed things down over the last 9 months. For example, last fiscal year, there were permits issued for over 1,500 multifamily, 664 residential. However, we're really seeing that come almost to a halt during the last 7 to 9 months. And I think that's really coincided with the interest rates. So the largest impediment has been the economy.
Okay. What are ways you're looking to streamline the process to get these permits through?
And we are doing cross-training now between the plan reviewers and the permit reviewers so that they can cover for each other, so that they can see what each other does, and they can actually help man the front desks together. We also reclassified, we had a handful, 5 planning assistant positions that it took quite some time. This had started before I got over to the department to reclassify those as permit technicians. I'm glad to say we finally finished that reclassification process about 1 month ago. It involved unions, conversations, it involved central HR, and those are all now posted. That's going to provide a career ladder for people that get into the permit review and plan review section that didn't exist before. And we're starting now that we've seen those, they've been posted for about 2 weeks, and we're starting to see applications come through for those. So there'll be permit techs 1, 2s, and 3s.
That's good to hear.
Yeah.
Have you thought about using outside contractors at all?
And right now, the current UAC does allow for third-party review. If a private contractor is willing to pay extra, kind of like when you decide to go to MVD Express or MVD Now instead of MVD, those programs have been certified by the government as being equally qualified to issue your driver's license or your car registration. People can go through section 110.4 of the UAC for third-party review if they're willing to pay the extra money.
Okay, thank you. Do you have all the tools you need to get your job done?
I believe that we do, and we had just had this conversation over the last couple of weeks because we're developing our current budget request. And in the permit section and in the plan review section, the answer is yes, especially with these new permit tech positions that have been created. When it comes to the inspections, we're conducting 99% of our inspections within 1 business day of when they're called for, but we are going to be asking probably for at least 2 additional electrical inspectors as well as a building code inspector. Those have been submitted by our department through issue papers, but we're in conversations with the administrative branch, and hopefully those will survive, and you'll be seeing those in the budget request.
Okay. And what are what are the starting salaries for your division?
And in that particular division, starting salaries are in the, and Mr. Cadell has details for that on me. I don't want to misspeak on it.
Thank you, Mr. President, Ms. Vice President. Permit Tech 1 start at $14.79 an hour. Permit Tech 2 at $18.13, and Permit Tech 3s are at $18.89. We do have 2 different positions of plan reviewers. First one is our unclassified, it is known as a plans analyst, and that one is at $22.97. We currently have 2 full-time and 1 part-time in that position. Plans examiners, we have 6 full-time, and those are at $22.86 an hour.
Okay, thank you for all of that. Have you done cost comparison between other cities and ours? Are they comparable?
No, we have not. I'll let Director to go from there.
That has not been, and thank you, Mr. President and Vice President Grout, that has not been one area where we have had a hard time having people apply. Unlike, for example, our engineering section, where a cost, a salary analysis gets done. It can take up to a year to get done, another year to get into the budget, and by then it's outdated. The other area is with planners. We have found that there are over 65 planners in any given category of planner throughout the city. So when I try to do something, make an adjustment over at the planning department for my 5 to 10 people that I happen to be considering at the time, it has this massive tidal wave effect throughout the city. And so we're kind of held back from making those adjustments in a quick manner. But in this particular division, we don't have a problem hiring folks.
Thank you. Any other questions, Councilor Sanchez?
Thank you, Councilor Grant. And Mr. Velo, it just brings up something that happened with one of my constituents a couple weeks ago. He ended up trying to log online and get his certificate of occupancy, and he had trouble with the website. I'm not sure what the issue was, but then he ended up making a phone call and no one answered the phone. And when he tried to get somebody to answer, he called more than once, and he couldn't get through. And then he came down to the planning department and walked into the planning department, and all he found was one person working in the planning department that didn't have any answers for him. It was a female. He didn't say what her name was or anything. But he called me right after that, upset that people aren't working, and he was told that the planning department doesn't require individuals to be at work every single day, that they can take certain days off when they want, or certain days off during the week, and work from home, things like that. And what I'm asking for is the planning department fully staffed, and are we able to walk into the planning department and speak to somebody who could readily answer our questions? Because on that day, he was not able to. And if you need his information, his phone number, he's gladly is willing to give it to me and tell you his experience.
And President Davis and Councilor Sanchez, the planning department, certainly in the divisions which this person would have been asking about, is relatively well-staffed, other than the fact that we have those 5 openings for permit techs. They will be helping at the front desk once they come in. But that certainly should not have been the case. Please send me that person's permit number, and we can track it down and find out exactly what's happening with it. But if they were just coming in for their certificate of occupancy, then that means that they've passed all the inspections and they're at the very tail end, and that should have been something they should have been able to access online. You all were very, very, very understanding, and you provided resources for us last year to replace our software system, which you've heard me talk about endlessly. It's an off-the-shelf misfit that was purchased years ago. We have completed the RFP process. We have started the conversion to the new one to do it right. Last time it wasn't done right. To do it right, it takes 18 months. So our anticipated go-live date is September of next year with the Tyler Technologies system, which will be a state-of-the-art, not off-the-shelf misfit, but one where we're going to have to keep up with the upgrades that the manufacturer provides, rather than try to customize it as we go, which was the situation we have now. So I think, Councilor Sanchez, that is going to get a whole lot better during my tenure, I would hope, over at the planning department.
Thank you, Mr. Varela. Madam Vice President, I have another question. What's the difference in fees from a third-party approved planning person reference getting it here? How much more is an individual going to have to pay, or is that based on the development or whatever the issue might be?
And Mr. President and Councilor Sanchez, you're entirely correct. It will depend on the nature of what they're hired to do.
Can you give me a percentage that's maybe across the board that tells us what the actual higher percentage would be based on that extra fee that they would be paying the third-party individual?
And President Davis and Councilor Sanchez, I don't have that information with me right now, but we can look into that.
Thank you. Madam Vice President, the whole time I've been a city councilor, I've heard from some of our developer friends that they always run into problems. Have you been getting with the developer folks and making sure that their processes are streamlined, especially now when we're looking at more affordable housing? I know the developers are on board with this, that they want to see more housing and more building in New Mexico. So I know that in the past, and as long as I've been on city council, I've been hearing that there is some roadblocks, and I just want to make sure that you're working with our development partners to make sure that they're able to work to actually be timely when they're building these structures.
And President Davis and Councilor Sanchez, the answer is yes.
Thank you. I'm sure they'll be getting with me after this. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Sanchez. Mr. President?
Thank you. Director, thank you for being here, and thanks, Madam Vice President and Councilor Sanchez for bringing this up. I never thought when I got to City Council I would be most excited about a new plan permit software, but I am very excited about whatever follows Posse, and you and I have talked about it. I'm really excited to hear that we're doing that right. I think one of the challenges that we've heard from, and I'll use, as things are coming back out of COVID, right? We have lots of brick and mortars that are catching up on their business registrations, trying to pay those fees. We have new fire inspection fees that all go through Posse now, or the majority of them do anyway. And as you mentioned, like the permitting and plan review hasn't always played nice with each other, at least in terms of software and how things communicate. And so it has gotten a lot better, Director. Thank you, especially in the last few months. I hear for a few of those, but again, I think part of that is and so I want to say thank you. You've answered every time I've called to ask for, can you help us figure out how to help a small business owner on Central, for example, get their permits filed in the right order. You've found somebody to help us do that, and I appreciate that. But it is challenging that you have to do that sometimes, and thank you. E-Plan is just overwhelmed with building permits right now. And we know that, and every time somebody has a comment, it has to go back to the back of the line and start all over again, and so that's not helpful. I do think it'd be great to see, Director, how we could figure this out. I think one of the things that challenges us is if you go to the planning department's website, for example, if you're not an architect or a professional, and I'm not, but I have folks that come to us in business things that I don't get to participate in. But it's often hard to understand sort of which permit goes in what order and how to submit it. I know cannabis stuff most closely, and I hear from clients, because I don't participate in those, that it is not really clear, like, where does the odor plan go first? Or when do you apply for the building permit versus the business registration, and those types of things. And so as we build that system out, my hope is that we can develop some plain language, plain English guides for the common folks to work on that. Because at the end of the day, these commercial facilities usually need contractors and architects that do this professionally. But when you're trying to do your own project or start your own business, it's still not incredibly easy to figure that out sometimes. I will say the planning department, in my experience, has been incredibly responsive when people have called to ask for help and scheduled an appointment, and I appreciate that. But I hope part of that is new planning process is just being a little more transparent about how we can help people not submit the wrong plan at the wrong place or not fill out the form correctly, because that holds your staff up and it holds up projects. So I'm grateful for the progress you've made, and I look forward to it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor President. Can let you know also that our Public Information Officer for the last 3 months has been working with DTI, with the Central Technology Department, to optimize the efficiency of the website over at the Planning Department. It's a website that has had dozens and dozens and dozens, perhaps even hundreds of pages kind of glommed on in an illogical fashion over the years. And so we are going through and looking at where people actually click on first, what they click on most often as well. And we are going to be getting rid of a lot of the other information. They're setting up that decision tree and the revamped now. I'm supposed to review a copy of it within the next month, and then we'll deliver the shocking news to all of our staff members, who I'm sure a lot of those pages are near and dear to their hearts, but they're not near and dear to the public's hearts, so we're probably going to get rid of them. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you all.
Madam Vice President,
Yes.
I have a couple questions, but they're just on the consent agenda. I don't know if I should bring them up then, or should I bring them up now?
I think you wait till the consent.
Okay, we'll wait.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, let's move on to the journal. I move approval of the February 22nd journal. I have a second from Councilor Feeblecorn. Well, everybody's here, so all in favor, vote with your hand up. Opposed? It passes. Okay, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. A great job as always, and thank you, counselors and the administration. Ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on to communications and introductions. Are there any changes to our letter of introduction? The only one I have this evening is a request that we move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing EC 257 on tonight's agenda for action. That item is the mayor's appointment of Mr. Victor Segura to the Balloon Museum Board of Trustees. Is there a second? several seconds. Counselor Feeblecorn, I saw first. One question, Mr. Real. Do we know why this is immediate action for this item?
Mr. President, it's really a question of looking at the membership that's in that committee right now. And we had consulted with Councilor Sanchez about our interest in trying to get the membership up to speed, if you will, on
Great.
projects, et cetera.
Quorums and workers, we want more of them, so that's great. Councilors, any discussion? Seeing no, all those in favor of a rule suspension to allow that item for immediate action this evening, say yes, and raise your hand.
Yes.
That item carries unanimously. Madam Vice President.
Mr. President, I move approval of the letter of introduction.
Second from Councilor Feeblecorn. All those in favor say yes, and raise your hand. Sorry, I'm trying to get back into the habit. Thank you. I'm used to waiting on our Zoom calls, so it's nice to have everybody back. Thank you. That matter carries unanimously. Councilors, we don't have any reports of committees this evening. We have deferrals and withdrawals. Are there any deferrals or withdrawals this evening? Councilor Lewis.
Mr. President, so everybody on I just want to point out, we just appointed a bunch of people to different boards, correct, by approving the consent agenda?
We haven't gotten to the consent agenda. We just did a late rule
Oh, we're
suspension
just
for
the
the
late
introduction. Yes, sir. We're going to get
Gotcha.
there.
All right. So I figured we were going to have some discussion on that.
Yep, no, I think we will. Thank you. Councilors, anything else on deferrals or withdrawals? Seeing none, we are on the consent agenda. Councilor Lewis, do you want to take us first? Are there any changes to consent?
Mr. President, no, thanks.
Thanks. Councilors, any other changes to consent? And then we'll go Councilor Lewis, or Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I just had a question on the consent agenda where it relates to the legal department's quarter litigation report.
If it's okay, Councilor, if you would like to pull that item off, is that what, for further follow-up? And then we'll, if that's okay?
Sure, we can do that.
That's great. So we're going to remove that item from consent. Councilors, are there any other items on the consent agenda? Seeing none, we'll remind everybody and say thank you to those of you who are on our agenda tonight. We have a whole slew of folks that are appointed to boards and commissions this evening. And so thank you to the councilors and the administration for working hard to start filling those boards and commissions to do the hard work there. And we thank you for your willingness to serve. Madam Vice President, do you have a motion?
Mr. President, I move approval of the consent agenda.
In multiple seconds. Councilor Sanchez, do you have something before we get to your item?
Yes, please. I just wanted to ask the administration something real quick. It's in reference to one of the, you just triggered my memory when we're talking about the last item that we voted for, Mr. Ryle. And what it was is I just want to make sure that the administration's aware that I have been trying to place somebody onto the arts board since I became a city councilor, and I've had trouble with the mayor's office in getting it done. And I have tried to work this out without bringing it to the public eye, but it's to the point where it's already been a year and 2 months where I actually lost somebody because they lost interest after I submitted their name and it never got approved. So I just wanted to make you aware of it, to make sure that if these kinds of, why could it happen so quickly with this individual and not with the last individual that I was trying to put onto the arts board? So that's the question that I had. And Helen does know who I'm talking about.
Mr. Real, briefly.
Mr. President and Councilor Sanchez, let me visit with Ms. Maestas, with Helen, and see what's happening, and I'd be happy to get back with you next week.
Thank you. I really appreciate it, Mr. Real.
Thank you, Councilor Sanchez. Councilors, any other questions about the consent agenda? We're seeing none. The motion on the floor is for approval of consent agenda, and we had a second from Councilor Bassan. Councilors, all those in favor say yes and raise your hand. Yes. That item carries unanimously. Councilor Sanchez, I believe you had pulled item C, which is EC 23-239, the Legal Department Quarterly Litigation Report. Councilor Sanchez, do you have a motion or a discussion? Go ahead, sir. The item is yours. Do you want to move a motion to approve or just start a conversation?
Okay, I just wanted to start a conversation, and I just wanted to ask a quick question in reference to this. I'm just curious as to what public info is out there reference to the $400,000 taxpayer Employment and Whistleblower Protection Act that was on the amount that was here. Just was curious about that.
Councilor President, Councilor Sanchez, I would say there's probably not that much public information that I could share tonight. Our settlement values are based on the legal department's assessment of the risk to the city. And so we negotiate those settlements with opposing counsel based on our estimate of the potential risk.
Okay, and looking at this and being a longtime city employee, was there a lawsuit filed?
No, there was not. There was,
Okay.
a claim made, but there was not a lawsuit filed.
Okay, so as a counselor, I'm concerned about the large amount of taxpayer money, the citizens' money, and where it goes. And are we in the business of paying this kind of money out without individuals filing a lawsuit?
Council President, Council Sanchez, we sometimes settle cases before someone files a lawsuit when we think it's in the best interest of the city. It doesn't happen very often, but I certainly, in fact, I sometimes encourage the city to do that because you come up with the most reasonable number that way.
Okay, because this is an extremely large amount of money, and whatever this employee did that caused this loss to the city, I don't know. I just think somewhere along the line we don't know about it. It's just concerning to me as a city councilor why $400,000 goes out on a whistle protection lawsuit and nobody's heard about it. So I'm just really concerned. I'm not hoping that the administration is doing their job correctly in reference to these kinds of things, because this really stood out to me.
Understood.
Thank you, Councilor Sanchez. With that, you had pulled the item. Do you want to make a motion to approve, or do you have another motion?
We can make an item to approve. I just wanted to make sure that the citizens of Albuquerque know that there is a very, very big lawsuit out there that, I mean, somebody must have did something pretty heavy duty in order to mean this kind of a lawsuit. So it's just concerning to me, and I just wanted to make sure that the citizens of Albuquerque know, and also the rest of the councilors are keeping an eye on it as well.
I think that was a motion, and so Councilor Feeblecorn has offered us a second. So councilors, on the matter of EC 23-239, we have a motion to approve or receipt be noted, whichever is appropriate, I think. Councilors, any other discussion on that item? Seeing none, all those in favor raise your hand and say yes. Any opposed? That item carries. Oh, Councilor Lewis, was that an opposition or you're next?
No, I've seen that vote's over.
Yes, sir.
Mr. President, we just confirmed and appointed a various group of people to different committees, and so I just want to congratulate them and also just thank them for serving. And one of them in particular was Mr. Giovanni Coppola, who we just confirmed appointed to the Environmental Planning Commission, and that's a board that is probably the most time-consuming board of any of our boards and commissions, and so I do want to thank him and got somebody who's really going to serve us well on that board. But thanks to everyone else, and I know we have a number of commissions and boards that we need to. I have several, 3 or 4 appointments from my district, and so we just hope to have more and more people that are willing to serve on those boards and commissions. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Lewis. Councilors, next up we have announcements. Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President. There will be a Finance and Government Operations Committee meeting on Monday, March 13th at 5 p.m. via Zoom video conference.
Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. There will be a Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee meeting on Wednesday, March 15th at 5 p.m. in this Council Committee room on the 9th floor. That will be a hybrid meeting. There will also be Intergovernmental Legislative Relations Committee meetings on Friday, March 10th and Friday, March 17th at 3 p.m. via Zoom video conference.
Madam Chair, Councilor Bassan.
Mr. President, there will be a committee of the whole meeting on Thursday, March 9th at 5 p.m. in the Vincent E. Griego chambers.
Thank you, councilors. Any other announcements? I'm sorry? And there's also, I believe, Councilor Bassan, I was told there's also a meeting on the 16th.
No, Mr. President, I don't think that's happening.
Okay.
Thank
thanks.
you.
Always ask the boss. Thank you. Councilors, any other announcements? Seeing none, our next item on the agenda is financial instruments, although there are none this evening. Next up, we have a general public comment. Members of the public have had the ability to provide live public comment to your city council in person or virtually if you've signed up for comment per the instructions published on the agenda and on our website on Friday. Here are our ground rules, and we'll ask you to pay attention closely. Each participant has up to 2 minutes to present. Your comments must be addressed to the city councilors only through the council president. That means no comments to the public or directly to a councilor, and any disruptive comment may result in removal from the meeting. There is a 2-minute time limit. If you're here locally, you'll hear a bell. If you're online, we'll show you a timer to indicate when your time is up. Again, and we'll also remind you of our other rules of decorum that apply during public comment. Mr. Cornelius, we'll get you ready, and I believe our first name this evening is going to be Mr. Kenneth Ellis.
That is correct. Kenneth Ellis, followed by Michael Voorhees.
So members of the public, if you're signed up with us this evening, if you're not at the podium, if you'll come down and take a seat in our front row so that we know you're here and that we won't skip you over. Mr. Ellis, you have 2 minutes.
Hello, councilors. Some of you know me, some of you don't. My name is Kenneth Guy Ellis. I'm the father of the Iraq war veteran that was killed by Albuquerque police in 2010. Since then, I've purchased a new home. Unfortunately, I purchased it in the way of Paseo del Volcan. And I've been trying to work with the operatives and with the people that are doing this, and I have yet to become whole. I ended up, the Lord gave me a beautiful 5-bedroom, 3-bath house on a half-acre up there at 20th Street and Northern in Rio Rancho. And unfortunately, to date, we've not been able to make me whole, and it's becoming very, very distraught. And so they came close with the last offer, but the property was unusable. So it's, as you all know, this Paseo del Volcan project has been a contentious subject for quite a while, and they are trying and doing acquisitions of personal property in that area on the pretense of eminent domain. Well, case law says eminent domain is up to 5 years. Anything after that is questionable. As some have stated, this project is decades away, and the eminent part of this domain does not apply. Therefore, they are illegally acquiring properties and relocating folks under this false pretense of eminent domain. So I've decided to quit cooperating and seeking litigation. I see my time's running real short. I have a couple of gentlemen that are going to be presenting here directly the evening.
Mr. Ellis, if you have items for the council, you can provide those to the staff, and they're happy to share them. And
yeah, I wanted to get that.
You're welcome back to our council anytime at our next meeting.
Thank you, councilors, very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ellis. We appreciate it.
Hopefully, I won't need to be back.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we get to our next item, let me read a quick statement and remind us of another item that I think may be important here. As a reminder, on the agenda tonight, we have a land use appeal which involves a site plan at Rosa Parks Road and Paseo del Norte area. That, the record on that is closed, meaning that we're not allowed to speak to anyone tonight who's a party in that matter, and no one is allowed to speak to the council about that matter outside of that hearing. So if you are here on that matter, we are unable to hear from you today. You may provide any items you'd like us to consider to our staff, who can review to see if it's appropriate for us to have it. But Mr. Voorhees, I understand you're a party in that matter, and so I need to ask you, are you here on a public comment matter outside of that or on that matter?
I'm here under Section 8, Item C, and I quote, "This is your rules of procedure that were revised February 6, 2023. Quote, during general public comment, speakers are not restricted as to topic."
And Mr. Voorhees, I understand that, except it does not relate as it matters to our land use appeals because there's a separate set of rules for that. I'm going to ask Ms. Ronquillo, our attorney, to give us a little more detail for the folks that are following here today. Ms. Ronquillo.
Thank you, Mr. President. So pursuant to council rules, this is Section 24, Part 13, which deals with land use hearings. The council will make its decision to accept or reject based solely on the record before it. and shall not hear from the parties or any other person other than its staff at its hearing on this question.
Thank you, Ms. Ronquillo. Mr. Voorhees, I appreciate it. I understand that the council has a procedure for this. If you comment on it and we take that comment, it potentially jeopardizes the matter at hand. So I'm going to ask you, if you're here to speak on any of that matter, you're not allowed to do that. If you're here on any other topic that has nothing to do with land use, you're welcome to speak to the council.
In that case, I'll speak generally on the fact that the item that I can't speak about to you.
Mr. Voorhees, I'm going to stop you right there.
I'm not going to say what that item is.
It doesn't matter. If you're going to speak on anything about land use or the procedure that's not appropriate at this hearing, there will be an opportunity later if the council makes a decision.
I'm not going to speak on land use in general. Okay. I'm just going to speak to the concept of ex parte communication. You all are elected representatives. And when an issue comes, whatever that issue may be.
Mr. Voorhees, we're not allowed to hear this matter. I'm going to ask you to sit down. We're not going to be able to hear your comment this evening. We're going to let this process play out this evening, and you're welcome to exercise your options at the conclusion of that as you see fit. Mr. Voorhees, we're not going to allow you to speak this evening.
That'll be a violation of the open meetings law, which it's not going to be good for the city.
Thank you, Mr. Voorhees. Mr. Cornelius, would you please call our next speaker?
Thank you, Mr. President. Our next speaker is Elizabeth Haley, followed by Stacy Seidel.
Hello, councilors.
I'm sorry, sir. I think Ms. Haley is in front of you, unless you're Elizabeth Haley.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. President, Madam Vice President. My name is Elizabeth Haley. I'm the president of the West Side Coalition of Neighborhood Associations. I'm also the chair of the Paradise Hills Special Zoning District. My master's is in architecture and planning, and I was a consultant for most of my professional life for national consulting to the Department of the Interior and Tribal Nations. My area of expertise is land review.
Ms. Haley, are you here to speak on the matter involving the land use hearing that's coming up next on our agenda?
I am not speaking directly on the outcome of that particular hearing. The only thing that I would like to say is that the general process for all zoning commissions, and because I chair one, I do understand quasi-judicial rules. But at some point in the process, there is a distinction between legislative and quasi-judicial rules. And I think every legislative body that also become quasi-judicial judges must find special times when the public, as in general, can speak on legislative issues before they become quasi-judicial. It is very difficult to understand or discern how those processes and that availability for discussions on legislative issues that may at some point down the road become quasi-judicial, how those opportunities are available to the member neighborhood associations that we serve within Wascona, and sometimes just to other entities like mine, which is in the county.
You can conclude your thought, Ms. Haley. We interrupted you. Go ahead.
Thank you. The county still follows the sector plans. Almost all entities within the county follow the sector plans.
Ms. Haley, I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you and say, as I understand it, the sector plans may be a matter before that hearing or in that consideration. So I'm going to ask you to stay away from that, even if it relates to the county. We want to preserve the opportunity for everybody to have their hearing and then let people exercise their rights.
That's okay. That's okay. The point being is that we have a pretty concise blueprint of those state and federal issues that we have to review. That becomes a little more difficult with an integrated ordinance. And so what I'm asking is that as you look at that process, because there have been 600 changes in that process for the city, that you look to opportunities where the public and other entities can engage in the planning process with you, especially when it's legislative and before the quasi-judicial issues come up.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you very
Haley.
much for your
Thank you.
attention and the additional time.
Thank you for your patience. I think you threaded that very well. Thank you. Mr. Cornelius.
Stacy Seidel, followed by Carl Vidal.
So I'm Stacy Seidel.
Okay, thanks.
Hello. So I'm here to talk about the short-term rental issue. So I have some points here, but I'm going to speak to you kind of personally. I'm a sixth-generation local. I have 18 Airbnbs here locally. I'm a contractor. I support my family and my mother's retirement. My sister cleans for me. I have 4 employees. Many of my units are actually in historic buildings that I've renovated in downtown, buildings that probably would have been torn down by now, some of them, if that investment wasn't possible through short-term rental. I will lose those employees. Also, about 1/3 of my units aren't actually viable as long-term rentals. I think that that's worth saying. These were built as short-term rentals. These are not viable as units that could be used in the long term. 2 minutes is very short. So as a contractor, also, there are so many better options for how to do this. I think that the current legislation being proposed really impedes a lot of employment, small businesses. We've just now taken out loans, SBA loans. We're recovering from the pandemic. And I feel this is an affront to really your community, your neighbors, your friends. So I'm staunchly against this, both as a contractor and a short-term rental operator. I thought I should share that, you know. I think there'll be a lot of job losses, and a lot of these buildings are not going to go back onto that market. So I guess I'm going to just stick to that. Also, I really like some of the comments of Mr. Sanchez in terms of the red tape that's in the way of us building and the additional dwelling units that we could be building, using commercial spaces. I'm up for building. I love building stuff. But this is just, it's getting in the way of industry. So that's it. That's my 2 minutes. Thank you for your time.
Carl Vidal, followed by Brian Feeger.
Mr. Vidal, you left us last time and we said, bring us homework and bring us paperwork, and it looks like you did.
I did bring you some paperwork, and I have emailed that to all of you.
Would you share that with our staff so they can distribute it after your comments?
Hard copies for everybody. So I am working very hard as the community ambassador for short-term rentals, and I think I have, I wouldn't say the most knowledge, but I am extremely knowledgeable about short-term rentals in Albuquerque, and I just wanted to give you guys the opportunity, since you've all had the study here on the economic impact of this, if you have any questions that I may answer for you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Vidal, go ahead.
Well, no, I wanted to open it to you.
Unfortunately, Mr. Vidal, our rules don't allow that type of back and forth engagement, but we certainly want to hear from you, and if counselors want to follow up after your time expires, we'll allow them to do that.
Okay, well, just from the beginning, over 2,200 jobs are going to be taken away if we cap this. One of the things I fear most is if you do put a cap on short-term rentals, you're not just hurting current operators, but you're hurting our future generations. Real estate is one of the fastest and most viable ways to become wealthy in this country. And when I say wealthy, I mean provide for your family. I think long gone are the days where we dream of becoming multimillionaires. We're just trying to, send our kids to school, right? And, with this, people can get some money from their job, buy a home, rent it out, and viably support their family. But with that, there's $216 million of economic impact going to our community on tourism. $14 million in taxes are coming into our city, state, and county from these short-term rentals. Just the hosts themselves, $40 million. Another thing to note on here, when you review it, 66% of the rentals that are on the market for short-term rentals are part-time rentals. that means that these are people that are living there part-time and actually moving out of their house to try and generate money for, you know, their daily lives. Only 34% of the rentals are full-time rentals that people are doing, you know, full-time. So it's just us trying to make ends meet. And I will be at the FGO meeting next week, but I am asking the city council to please vote this down. It's not a good bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vidal.
Thank you.
Thank you for the time.
President?
Councilor Lewis, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to thank Mr. Vidal. Thank you. I don't have any question for you, but I want to thank you for bringing that information. You know, a lot of times the council, you know, presents ideas that might be well-intended with some unintended consequences, and so it's helpful. And we don't always listen to experts in the industry, and we don't always listen to everyday average citizens and people like you mentioned that that might have a source of income like a short-term rental. And it might help them, you know, some rise up out of poverty and some be able to, you know, provide for their families and do well in this city. And so, thanks for the information, appreciate it. And it means something, it counts when you come with just good, solid logic and information that supports the position. So thank you again.
Thank you, Councilors. Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also had a comment in reference to that too. I know some folks that live in my area who actually during Balloon Fiesta and other major events here in Albuquerque actually move away from their houses so they could generate a little bit of money. Some people even move into their RV that's parked out back in order to make ends meet. And I've seen a lot of people in my area who aren't very wealthy able to actually do that to generate enough money to make ends meet, or even possibly go on a vacation that they weren't actually able to. So I get that, and that was a very, very good point in reference to the part-time rental, so thank you for that.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilors, other questions? Mr. Cornelius.
Thank you. Brian Feeger, followed by Lacey Pontus.
Good evening. I'm a 10-year downtown resident who mostly walks and bikes to get around. And I just wanted to say, I think in the last few months, I have seen the tangible success and impact of the Albuquerque community safety teams with those who are willing to accept help. So thank you for all of that. This has really left, though, the most hardcore of the addicted and mentally ill kind of left on the streets. And the mayor often talks about the city needs all the tools in the toolbox, including ACS, the Gateway Center, sanctioned camps. I just wonder why that toolbox doesn't include enforcement 24/7 of our city ordinances. 2 weeks ago on a Sunday at 4:30, I saw an off-road vehicle heading down 5th Street towards Central. Seemed very intoxicated, no muffler, and there were 2 APD officers watching him. I asked Officer R. Medina, vehicle W158, why, and he said it was city policy not to cause an incident. I asked him if he was familiar with the 7-year-old Pranay Bhattacharya, who was killed by a drunk ATV driver who made it from Nob Hill to the River Lights, and he said he was. The situation at Central and Mateo long spiraled out of control, and calls to 311 and 2-4 cops didn't seem to make much of a difference. And just last Saturday, I walked by a group of 15 people at First and Silver smoking fentanyl. And when you call 242 cops, if they don't have assault rifles, they're not going to go out there. So I just think maybe having a small bus staffed with ACS, police, social workers, a paramedic, sanitation that hits every single bus stop in Albuquerque and doesn't leave until it's a functioning bus stop would be a good idea. Also, just storage facilities with lockers, bathrooms, showers for these people that could be all over town. So thank you for everything you guys do, and have a good evening.
Nice to see you again, Brian. Thank you.
Lacey Pontus, followed by Jimmy Harper.
Thank you, councilors. Man, my heart is pounding. My name's Lacey Pontes. I am the founder of Coveted Casitas and Shine Cleaning 505. I'm here to talk about the short-term rental ordinance. My businesses have been in operation since 2016. As far as I know, I have hosted more short-term rental stays than anyone in the state. It's currently at about 14,000. That's not individual people, 14,000 stays. There was recently an article posted in the Albuquerque Journal by 2 of our council members that talked about the myths of, let's not allow the myths of reasonable short-term rental protections keep us from doing the right thing for Albuquerque. So I wanted to come up and address a few facts. According to AirDNA, which is one of the best resources for data with short-term rentals, there's 1,800 whole home rentals in the city. That accounts for only 0.007 of our housing stock. At the same time, that 0.007 of our housing stock is bringing in approximately $216 million per year economic impact. It feels sometimes like short-term rentals are an easy target when there are so many other ways that could have a greater beneficial impact to our economy. According to Housing Forward ABQ, 7% of our housing market, of the available units, are sitting vacant. That's 10 times more than the number of short-term rentals that we currently have. So there are 18,000 vacant houses just sitting there, and there's only 1,800 short-term rentals. Man, that went way too fast. I just wanted to let you know that this is what an investor in Albuquerque looks like.
Thank you.
Jimmy Harper, followed by Diego Lopez.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jimmy Harper, and I'm going to talk about the short-term rentals also. I appreciate your attention and your patience in this matter. It's very important to us, or we wouldn't be here. It's very important to me. I'm homegrown. I graduated from UNM. As a physical therapist. I've been doing PT in the area for 23 years. I might have waited on I worked with some of your family, your moms, your dads, I don't know. I just want you to meet a face and a person to let you know that this is not just about business. This is about my retirement. I just retired 2 years ago. And if they come in here and chop this, I only have 7. If they chop it in half, I won't be able to, I'll have to do something different. My employees will have to do something different. We generate a lot of money, and it's all local. We keep it here local. I hope, and I'm rephrasing everything that these other people have said, I hope we will take another look rather than cut my chances off to give somebody else a chance. I don't think that's fair. I don't think my properties are going to be for average income housing. They're not. We've invested a lot of money, a lot of expense, really a lot of expense, and I'm still waiting to recoup that expense. But if this council passes the bill to limit our STRs, they will have really, really affected my ability to make a living in this city. And I'm emotional. I'm sad. I'm a businessman also. I don't look like it. I'm not a corporation. You know, I'm a sole proprietor, and I hope we'll take a look at this and not do what the proposed is. It just seemed, you know, and I almost wasn't going to say it. It almost feels like it's an infringement on my rights for free enterprise. But thank you for hearing me out, and I hope we can come to something that works for everybody. Thank you.
Diego Lopez, followed by David Stafford.
Thank you, President Davis. I spoke a month ago about my short-term rental experience, and since I've been here, I am taking panic mode and trying to find a way to get the properties that I have refinanced, or trying to figure out a way that I can rent them and pay expenses with not doing short-term rentals, or trying to do long-term rental furnished. Long-term rental furnished, I've tried it in the past, and there's too many gaps. The Netflix people vacate December 10th, and they don't come back until January 15th. So I would have to charge them so much more
to make up that difference, you know, in the property being vacant. The Bank of America, Wells Fargo Bank, Washington Federal, all of them said, Mr. Lopez, you don't have an income. You're not working. And your profit and loss statement on your short-term rental isn't enough. You know, that $40,000 you're clearing right now, that's good enough for you to live, but it's not good enough for us to consider refinancing your home. And I have homes in historic districts that your city made me spend crazy money on fixing the original windows when it would have been so much cheaper just to tear out it and put a new window in. Your historic division made me buy special gutters that are curved on Silver Street that cost 10 times as much as a normal gutter. And frankly, you're going to cause a catastrophe for me.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. We'll see you again soon. Thank you, David.
David Stafford, followed by Greg Kaufman. Greg Kaufman, followed by Tad Nimitsky.
Hi, I'm Greg Kaufman. I'm a small business owner here in Albuquerque. There was an article in the journal that Isaac Benton wrote recently, very well worded document. It talked about myths of short-term rentals. And as a short-term rental owner, looking at that article, I wanted to also address what I felt were some myths in your article, sir. One was talking about let's save the city from large corporations coming in and snatching up all the properties. I network heavily with all the other short-term rental owners here in the city, and I haven't seen a large corporation operating, an out-of-state corporation operating short-term rentals in the city. They wouldn't know what to do in August when the swamp coolers had to get turned on. It's not here. I can see that would scare me too if I heard that. I also think as a real estate professional, I don't think anybody who understands real estate investment, and I understand just a little, would think that that short-term rentals are really the serious problem here with the housing shortage. I would guess we came out of COVID and the government dropped the interest rates so low. I imagine any point in our lifetime, if they want to let someone buy a house at 2.5% interest, we will go really short on an inventory again. We will have a shortage. And we're also coming out of a time where people couldn't build new houses. There are a lot, we want what's great for the city too. Please get with us. There's some really smart people in this group that will know how to get property going here in the city again. There's a lot of things that can be done that don't have to hurt jobs, but create them. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Tad Nimitsky, followed by Renee Horvath.
My name is Ted Niemiecki. What I seen it lately, and also I seen it before over and over, that is totally disgusting when it comes to city employee, fire department and cops. That's the job they're doing when private property is involved. Total disrespect to private. That is one issue. Knocking holes during the searches, cops everywhere, destroying inside, outside. Now fire department, knocking holes in the roof with a small fire on the back. So busting windows, multiple through the roof, holes all the way through. Well, that is totally disgusting, unnecessary. If that's That is the issue. If about homeless people start fire, if that could be that a lot of city and other government buildings are empty. If that could be fire, everyone could be, I mean, they went after and found it who started this fire. And they take appropriate action. I am sick and tired listening about homeless people and so on. Cities simply don't do the job. Thank you.
Renee Horvath, followed by Robin Kraus Wareham.
Ms. Horvath, welcome, and I understand you're a party in the appeal that we're going to hear in a minute, if that's correct. So as I have to do my reminder, and you know it well, if it's about that matter, we can't hear you, but we'd love to hear you about anything else.
Okay, thank you. Well, I think I'll talk about the Housing Forward, because every year I've been involved in the IDO process, and it is a lengthy process, and I do worry about losing protections of our zoning protections that protect our communities and our assets. So sometimes it seems like the process it doesn't give enough time to vet things out to make sure we get a good product. And so with this Housing Forward, it just kind of came on us, during the holidays, and the neighborhoods haven't really had a chance to explain what their concerns are. I know we're having some meetings. I think you're planning to look at the Housing Forward in April. So we're having some community meetings in different quadrants. But I was just wondering, can the meetings, sometimes the last few meetings I've been to, you have to write your questions on a card, submit it, and then they pick the question. There's not enough dialogue to ensure that we get a good, try to make something better, because I can see pros and cons with this idea of Housing Forward, and I don't think they've been addressed. And once you approve a zoning thing, it's an entitlement and you can't go back. That's why it's critical to get this right the first time. So I'm asking, you guys are the city councilors, to say, let's see if we can open up more dialogue and get a better product before it comes to you for a vote.
Thank you, Ms. Horvath. It's really nice to see you in person. And I'm going to sort of cast a wide net and ask if Mr. Real could help Ms. Horvath connect with whoever's facilitating those meetings before they get to us, so that we can at least include that input.
Thank you.
Robin Kraus Wareham, followed by Patricia Wilson on Zoom.
Hi, my name is Robin Cross Wareham, and I'm a short-term rental owner. I am a 10-time Airbnb superhost, having received such ranking for 10 quarters.
Robin, would you sneak over just a little closer to the mic? We have a little hard time hearing you. There you go.
I don't know if we missed that, but I'm an Airbnb superhost, and I'm here to talk about the short-term rental ordinance that's up for discussion. And I wanted to just share a little bit about my experience as a host. I started my Airbnb in 2018 with a wish to offer housing for those in need, and was able to provide a private room with just a mattress and a dresser, a chair for $25 a night. We hosted artists, students, international travelers. And one thing that we learned is that there's an international cultural exchange that occurs through short-term rental housing. There's a lot of international people who come from all over the world, and I think they bring a lot of enrichment to the community. We also have had a number of commuters who come from rural districts to Albuquerque, and from the reservations to Albuquerque for short-term and use short-term rental housing. We have had people who are needing to find long-term housing and have not been able to put a deposit down on their places, and or maybe they have poor credit, or they're in transition coming from other residential facilities. And so we find that there's not just a niche for short-term rentals, but there's a real need for them because they offer a very specific type of housing for people who need that. Just want to share that.
Miss Vice President, can she finish, please, her last thought?
Yes, please. Go ahead and finish your comments.
Okay. What I wanted to say is that I believe that by capping short-term rentals in the city, you're actually going to be doing the opposite of what you're thinking you're going to do. You think you're going to be opening up more housing for people, but I think that short-term rentals have historically been, well, I will say that Airbnb as a business model was started by Brian Chesky, who put air mattresses on the floor, literally, and rented them. And so what you have is a sort of innovative way of offering housing, and I think that a lot of the short-term rentals in the city are actually people building out their properties and making room for other people, and so that actually creates more housing opportunities as opposed to the opposite. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Patricia Wilson on Zoom, followed by Julie Drykey.
Good evening, Council President Davis. Last month, I sent an email to the Planning Department expressing concern about the level of confusion surrounding O2254, especially sections 1 and 2, two-family dwellings and ADUs. While accessory buildings are allowed to encroach on the side and rear yard setbacks, this presents a possible conflict with information on the city's frequently asked questions on residential regulations. That document states in part, quote, accessory buildings may be located anywhere in the side or rear yard, provided the accessory building is no closer than 10 feet to a house or other living quarters and is no closer than 5 feet to any other accessory building, unquote. The response that I finally received from planning assured me that building safety and the fire marshal's office is aware of these concerns and that ADUs will continue to meet zoning rules as well as requirements of the residential building and housing codes, which includes obtaining any required permits that are reviewed by all relevant staff. For an example of the need for fire separation, last December, a dumpster fire started by campers caused serious damage to the adjacent building, requiring her to shut down during the busiest season. Had that dumpster been 10 feet away, it might have only caused damage to the building's mural. So please consider an amendment to O2254 that would enforce a minimum of 5 feet for rear and side yard setback and maintain a 10-foot distance between all buildings for fire safety. I was happy to hear Director Varela's update on the planning department, and I also will be thrilled to see Posse go away. Thank you very much. And I have a dog there for Councilor Feedcorn.
Julie Drykey, followed by Michelle Walsh.
Good evening. Thank you, President Davis. I'm speaking tonight on Ordinance 2254 and ask the councilors to be open to amendments to the proposed ordinance. I spoke with staff about amendment ideas and aware of other neighborhood associations that are seeking to do the same. The proposal to allow duplexes and ADUs throughout R1 zones is a massive change to zoning. This has been proposed without data and information on where ADUs are currently allowed. How many are there? Are they housing families or are they rentals? Are they long-term rentals? Are they affordable or market rate? This information is important in evaluating the impact on housing. Last month and tonight, business owners talked about their investment in short-term rental property. Councilors commented about those investments. Homeowners have made perhaps their largest investment in their home in R1 single-family housing. Ordinance 2254 changes that zoning and it affects their investment. Please be open to amendments. Thank you very much for your time and all that you do.
Michelle Walsh, followed by Cherie Foster.
Hi, my name is Michelle Walsh.
and I am the owner of Urban Casita in the North Valley. I am asking you all today to oppose O2369. So my rental is a studio guest house on my property, and it wouldn't lend itself to going into the housing market as it's only 225 square feet. It also has just a kitchenette, so no way to really cook meals other than the microwave. And I wanted to go ahead and add this to the other, the additional properties that we've heard from tonight, or property owners who say that their rentals will also not be able to go onto the housing market. Additionally, I would also like to point out that there's an additional need for short-term rentals, as one woman was saying earlier. I have many people who are visiting family here. They're having an emergency type situation, funerals, different events, and renting my house close to where their family lives allows them to walk there or just be a few minutes away for whatever situation, whether it's happy or a more serious situation, but it lends them to be close to their family when they can't actually be staying with their family. And that is something that a hotel simply can't accommodate. It also just doesn't lend itself to being a comfortable and homey situation. So I would hope that you all would rethink the purpose or reason why, or rethink why we would implement a bill like this, because there are many useful things that the short-term rentals bring to our community. Thank you.
Cherie Foster.
Hello, I'm sorry, my phone was muted, but I'm just, can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, I'm a resident and I've been impacted by what's going on as far as the housing situation in the community. I just wanted to let my voice be heard a little bit. I was a resident at a residential for over 6 years, and out of the blue, they just gave us 30-day notices, and it was a lot of us. So another gentleman was there for 13 years, and they didn't give us a reason why. And because of the housing marketing right now, it was a real crunch to find somewhere to go. And eventually I did find somewhere, but when I moved in, it wasn't even move-in ready, which they told me it was. And I paid a lot to move in. I'm paying a lot for rent, and it's not worth it. What I am paying, I feel like it's price gouging. Also, some of the people that were given with 30-day notice, they are living in motels right now because the housing is just so unaffordable for them. And it was for me as well, but thank God I found something. But like I said, when I moved into the apartment, it's still not worth what I'm being charged. And I'm asking to get things fixed. And the response is, well, we're on a budget. We can't go over the budget to fix the things that you're asking for, is what was told to me. So I'm not exactly sure what's going on in the housing community or what have you, but I do know that I'm definitely feeling the crunch for everything that is taking place. So I just wanted my voice to be heard. Us who are paying rent are really feeling it as well.
That is the end of our Zoom commenters, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Cornelius. We're gonna, before we conclude public comment tonight, I'm gonna make one opportunity. Sir, if you wanna come up to the microphone really quickly. As a general rule, our rules require that people sign up for public comment before the meeting. I'm gonna offer an exception but I'm gonna make a trade with you. So I've asked you to follow the rules a little bit tonight, and I've been a little flexible and not giving you a second warning, which would require them to remove you. But I do need you to please follow the rules going forward. So after our comment, if you do want to come back after our break, we'll be happy to have you. We do have to have you to sit, and if you'd like to film, you have to do it in one of our designated areas. That's the rules. So if you can promise me you'll do that, we'll make an exception and allow you to sign up tonight, because I think you didn't know that was one of our rules tonight. Thank you. Would you please introduce yourself, and you have 2 minutes.
My name is Chris. I'd like to start off by saying that I'm a First and Second Amendment constitutional activist. And I want to direct this to Councilman Sanchez. I've been to your office multiple times to file complaints and to speak to you about police reform and what happens with the police, and I've been ignored. I go out there every day, or try to make it a mission every day, to go film the police and film government officials and government entities to see what we can do as a community and for outreach for the city and the county and the state to do better for our community. All our community is doing is going downhill. When I'm driving down the street, I live on San Mateo and Zuni now, and in the last 3 nights that I've been there, I just moved in, nothing but rapid gunfire and no police response. I go call 911 and I'm on hold for 9+ minutes. I call 242 cops and I'm told, is anyone injured? Well, we'll get an officer out there when one's available. What does it take for someone to get hurt, to get shot, to get stabbed, to start screaming their head off for an officer to respond? When I do security, I did armed security, and when I would call police and I would be asked more questions about me having a firearm on my hip than I would about the offender that just robbed a store, that just bashed somebody over the head with a rock. And you guys sit here and you guys talk about trying to help the community, what we can do, but all I've heard tonight is about a housing development. There was a couple months back where one of you councilmen, I don't remember who, spoke about 911 call takers and all that stuff, and they went to Medina, and Medina said, we'll do our best, and it got dropped. No further communication, no further progress on that note. But you guys expect us to sit here and trust the government, or not government, but the community on helping us. Why are we supposed to do that when we can't even trust that the police show to our door when a crime is being committed? When we have to defend ourselves, and hopefully we don't get arrested by the police because they can't do anything until they're present. That's all I got to say tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Cardenas, is that the end of our public comment?
That does conclude general public comment.
Councilor Sanchez. Well, Councilor Sanchez has a question, so will you speak with our staff really quickly, and we'll work on that for you, okay?
Yeah, I just have a comment back to a gentleman that just spoke.
Chris, if you will, just have a seat.
One of the things that if you've been keeping an eye on our council agenda and the things that are going on, our job is the legislative branch. So we have a lot of different working areas, and I totally thank you for coming up and bringing this up, because what you're telling us is exactly right. We have seen an increase in crime on our streets. We are working every single day to try to improve that. And I am constantly on the administration to make sure that they're doing what needs to be done. And I agree with you. We have seen a massive decline in the law enforcement officers out there on the streets. And I've already been told by the chief of police that we're going to end up in that deficit next year. And I ask the administration all the time, even last meeting, what is going on? Why are we still in that situation? And I'd like to ask the administration one more time, where are we on our numbers? One of the things that we are always asking from city council is to know how many police officers are out there on the streets, how many police officers are protecting us. What are the numbers each and every day as time goes on? We need to know this information every single day so we can see what's happening. And right now, I am not convinced with the leadership and our mayor's office in reference to what's going on with our police and our public safety that we're dealing with here in Albuquerque. And I have been asking for numbers, and I've been asking for information, and me as being a city councilor, I should know each and every week how many officers work on the police department, how many officers are working field services, how many officers are we bringing in at the next academy, how many officers are we losing? And so that we, as the legislators, make determinations on how that money should be spent. And we are doing that. We're making those adjustments as we go through our budget, as we go through the process. You know, we're asking these questions, and these are hard questions that the administration needs to deal with. And we are controlling it. We made a major decision last last week, if you were watching, in reference to how we handle the budget and the money that we're putting out there. We made the administration ask for the money that they need and be more responsible about how they spend it. So we are doing those things. We're making changes. I wish the changes could be as fast as you would want them. I wish they could be as fast as I would want them, but those changes are moving slowly but surely. But I thank you for your comments, Chris.
Thank you, Counselor. And I understand, Mr. Cornelius, we have one additional person who signed up to speak on another item but wants to speak on public comment, so we're going to do that while she comes down. Counselors, unless there's any objection, here's what we're thinking. And I think it'll be fairly quick. I think we'll finish public comment, do our appeal, because there are a number of people here who are interested in that this evening, so they can go back home and wait on the next item. And then we'll take our break and come back and do our action items unless there's an objection. But ma'am, welcome and thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity. My name's Sophia Eleftherio. I am an Airbnb host. I have 6 Airbnbs. I appreciate everyone giving so much thought to this, and I want to say that I've given it a lot of thought, and I am proud to be a host, and these are the reasons. The first and most important reason is I can raise my son without, sending him to school until 5 or 6 o'clock every day, which would otherwise be the case. I can provide for my family in a meaningful way. The next reason is that I love being a host. I welcome people to our city. I'm not just a host. I don't just give them a place to sleep. I tell them where to go. I tell them of local restaurants, shops, things to do. So I'm a concierge also. But all that money is going into locals' pockets, which is not something that I think a hotel can provide. The third thing, and this might sound cheesy, and I guarantee you it's something that I honestly give thought to, which is I'm always proud of what I do because my grandmother could not have owned property without her husband. And I think about that all the time. I am married. I own all of my properties individually, and I run a business, a successful business. And I am immensely proud of that. I don't want to work from 8 to 6 and see my kids for 2 hours every night. And this has given me the opportunity to do that and to continue to invest. And there's also another part of, I'm running out of time, but creative investments. Not all of my investments are through banks. They're through individuals. We get really creative, and we do rely on this. You know, it has been an industry. I have cleaners that I pay very well, that they are getting a better
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate
wage also. Thank you so much.
We invite you back to our committee and back in the future. Mr. Cornelius, third tries the charm.
That concludes general public comment.
Here we go. Councilors, let's take up our item number AC 23-1. It's an appeal of Development Review Board decision to approve a site plan amendment, removing a site plan, a preliminary plan and a new site plan located on Rosa Parks Road and between Paseo and Rosa Parks Road. Ms. Ronquillo, would you please explain the appeal? Before we do, I'm going to remind folks this is a quasi-judicial matter, as you've heard a lot. We talked a lot about rules tonight, so please bear with us. We're going to ask you to explain the matter. The council will have some options. We'll make that decision, and then depending on where that goes, we'll see where we go next. Is that right, Ms. Ronquillo?
That's correct, Mr. President. Thank you. This appeal involves the DRB's approval of development of a 238-unit, 3-story, multifamily housing development located on the northwest corner of Kimmick Drive and Rosa Parks Road. Right now, this is an undeveloped lot located just south of Paseo between Unser and Golf Course. This property is zoned MXL, where the proposed development is a permissive use, and the DRB determined that the applicants, Consensus Planning, met all applicable criteria of the IDO and approved the application. Mike Voorhees, Renee Horvath of the West Side Coalition of Neighborhood Associations, the Pueblo of Laguna, and Baxter Sosby appealed the DRB's approval, claiming that it was handled improperly, with the crux of their argument being that the DRB should have considered the Albuquerque-Bernalillo County Comprehensive Plan when reviewing this application. Specifically, they claim that the height of these apartment buildings, which is 3 stories, is too high for that area given its proximity to the petroglyphs, and that the comp plan would require an additional review of height and view impacts. The appellants also claim that the approval violates various federal, state, and local laws, that there was a due process violation related to public comment at the DRB hearings on this matter, and the appellants also claim that the DRB's decision should have been deferred to a later date. The council's land use hearing officer recommends that this appeal be denied and the approval be upheld. The LUHO found that the DRB is not required to review the comp plan because the DRB is a technical review body that is limited to review of the criteria contained in the IDO, and it cannot engage in policy or discretionary decision-making. The LUHO also found that because the development is a permissive use and the height complies with the IDO dimensional standards, the DRB appropriately reviewed and approved the application. As to the federal, state, and local laws cited by the appellants, the LUHO found that those laws were essentially misread and misused by the appellants and do not apply to this process. The LUHO also found that the DRB chair's request that speakers try not to repeat things that had already been said by prior speakers at the hearing did not violate due process. And last, the LUHO found that it was within the DRB's discretion to decline to defer making a decision on the application. The LUHO concluded that the appellants did not meet their burden of proof on their claims and did not identify any errors in the DRB's review of this application. The LUHO recommends that the council deny the appeal in its entirety and uphold the DRB's approval of this application. And this is an accept or reject proceeding, so you will not hear from the public or the parties at this stage. Council's options are to accept the LUHO's recommendations and findings, accept the recommendations but adopt different findings, or reject the LUHO's recommendation, in which case we'll have a full hearing on this matter at the next council meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Ronquillo. Councilors, are there any questions? Councilor Lewis.
Mr. President, Ms. Ronquillo, would you address there were some specific accusations of ex parte communication that was on the record in the DRB. Would you address that, explain that?
Mr. President, Councilor Lewis, yes. So during the first DRB hearing on this matter, which was held on October 26, 2022, one of the appellants gave public comment and briefly claimed that some improper ex parte communication occurred related to a separate matter, a proposed amendment to the IDO, and attempted to tie that into the present DRB appeal. Jackie Fishman, on behalf of the applicant's Consensus Planning, testified under oath at that hearing that no such communications occurred. She said, quote, "I can assure the board and all of the others that are on this call that I have never had a meeting with Councilor Lewis. I've never talked to him about this. I've never talked to him about this property or whatever is being proposed to change in the IDO. So I just want to have that on the record that there was no communication between me and the council." There was a subsequent meeting of the DRB on November 9th, 2022. There was no allegations of ex parte communication. The DRB did not discuss this allegation, did not issue any findings, or raise any concerns about communications in its written decision on the application. And likewise, this did not come up at the LUHO hearing on this matter, and the LUHO had no findings or concerns related to ex parte communications.
So because the appellants put that on the record and even made insinuations tonight, general public comment regarding ex parte communications, let me just reiterate the response to that, the DRB meeting, and that is that I've not had any communication whatsoever with Consensus Planning or with the defendants in this case whatsoever, no conversations whatsoever regarding this matter in any way. When you're a member of the public, you know, it's your right to say whatever you want to say. Even if it's a lie, even if it's a rumor, you can spread it around in emails, you can put it on the record with absolutely no evidence and no basis for it whatsoever. So, again, let me say on the record that there absolutely was no ex parte communication in this matter.
Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just had a couple questions. The first one is there any mechanism for making sure that we get input from sovereign nations when there is a land use issue that might impact them?
Mr. President, Councilor Feeblecorn, so generally speaking, and as occurred in this case, Pueblos can provide public comment on land use applications, as is the case here as well. They can also join as parties to appeals. The IDO does require notification to property owners on certain applications and registered neighborhood associations on most applications, but unless an interested or impacted pueblo fell into either of those two categories, then there would not be a formal or required way to notify them under the current IDO.
Thank you, Mr. President. One more question. Is there anything in the record that says or documents an obstruction of the view of the petroglyphs from the Laguna Pueblo?
Mr. President, Councilor Feeblecorn, there is argument, that's a claim in the case, but there was no evidence in the record either way.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilors, any other questions or a motion?
Mr. President, I
Councilor
move to
Lewis.
accept the Lujo recommendation and findings.
There's a motion from Councilor Lewis, a second from Councilor Jones. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion to accept the Lujo recommendation and findings, say yes and raise your hand. And that matter is unanimous. Councilors, thank you, and we will now take a brief dinner break. We'll be back at pick up approvals in about 30 minutes or so. For those of you here on other items, we ask you to come back, and we'll be ready to go. Thanks. Okay, folks, we're going to try to get your attention here real quick. As soon as staff tell us we're ready to go, we'll get back on. All right, I got a thumbs up. So counselors, we're going to jostle things around just a little bit, no big deal. But we'll try to take care of a couple of fairly quick and painless things to get us back in the mood, and then see where that takes us. And so we're going to start with our approvals for our new, potentially, I guess, new fire chief. Chief Armijo, will you come down and join us? I will move confirmation for Deputy Chief Emily Armijo to the position of Chief of the Albuquerque Fire Department. Do we have a second? We have lots of them, and the clerk can call her favorite. Chief or acting interim chief, deputy chief, I'm not sure what you are at the moment, but welcome and welcome. Congratulations.
Council President and councilors, thank you very much.
The floor is yours. Say what you want to say.
I want to thank, obviously, the city administration, Mayor Keller, Sarah, and all of you for giving me this opportunity. I'm excited to work with our firefighters and with everybody. We have a lot of great things going on in our department. We have a lot of challenges, and just very excited to work with our staff and everybody to serve our community. So thank you for the opportunity.
Councilors, any questions or comments? And we'll go to the administration and go to a vote. Councilor Rao.
Mr. President, thank you. I wanted to congratulate you and thank you very much for your service. And your resume is quite impressive. I think that the city of Albuquerque is lucky to have you, and AFR is lucky to have you lead them. So I appreciate you. Thank you for serving our community.
Mr. President, Councilor Grout, thank you very much for that.
Any other councilors? Councilor Pena, and then I'll come back.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to congratulate you all as well. You know, I've seen you in your work and see how professional you are, and I'm just really proud in the fact that it's Women's History Month. I think that's another great thing, and you'll be the first fire chief in the city of Albuquerque. So congratulations. Sorry.
Thank you.
Councilor Bassan.
Mr. President, I just want to echo what the other counselor said, but I'll say it better than Counselor Pena. Poor thing, she's choking. Welcome and congratulations in Women's History Month as the first female fire chief in Albuquerque. I think that is so, so amazing. Well done, and I thank you for letting me do that over again for you.
Team effort. Yeah. Councilors, other questions or comments? Mr. Real.
Mr. President and members of the council, I would just say that through the time that we've worked with Emily in this administration, it's always been professional. She's a very competent individual, and as many of you have already said, look, I was at the fire department last week to wish our former fire chief, Gene Gallegos, well in his retirement, and I happened to walk by the board with all the fire chiefs that ever served the city of Albuquerque. And it was very, very apparent to me that diversity is really a sign of the times. And having our first female fire chief is really a credit to Emily and her career and her service to the city. Also, the fact that the mayor was very, very interested in ensuring that we have diversity and that we show all these young women in our community that there's opportunities in this service to serve your community, and one day you too can be a fire chief.
Well said. So Chief, thank you and welcome. You're inheriting a great department and a fabulous team, and I hope we can get you some more help to do that. But honestly, AFR has taken on so much more than the traditional role, and you've been, I think, at the head of almost all of those, from taking care of your firefighters on behavioral health initiatives to some of our SHARPS programs, dealing with issues that aren't always in the fire rescue wheelhouse, but somebody's got to do it, and somebody just answers the call. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Councilors, any other questions, any comments? Seeing none, the motion on the floor is for a confirmation. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand. The matter carries unanimously. Congratulations, Chief.
Thank you.
Well, that was fun and easy. Let's try another one. Counselors, I'm going to skip, if it's okay with Counselor Feeblecorn, just for a minute, I'm going to take care of a couple of these small administrative things so that we can have some of our staff are able to go home. And then we're going to get back to the item. I think we have a number of public commenters. So next up, Counselor Benton, if you're available, you want to do R97. We deferred this from our last meeting, marathon morning meeting, and we promised you we'd get this early. R97.
Thank you, Mr. President. R97 is prioritizing the maintenance, restoration, and active use of the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe Railway Fire Station. I move a due pass.
Second for Counselor Jones.
Thank you, Counselor. And the staff write-up, I think, is really good on this by Ms. Morris, who I think probably one of the folks who knows more about the history of that site than just about anyone. This particular structure is an iconic structure. It's not one of the big, massive things that you see in the Terminator movie, but it's very, very evident as you approach the site, and it's unusual in that this fire station was built reusing the masonry from the original roundhouse of that site. So it's got a lot of history in and of itself, but also built into it from previous history of the site. And we've made huge progress on the site. You know, I feel so gratified that during my time on the council, we've been able to take it as far as we have, and particularly with this administration, with the mayor's support and CAO Rael's understanding of how to get projects like this rolling, and having hired Ed Adams. With those of you who know Ed from way back, he's a get it done kind of a guy, and we've gotten a lot of great work done. But it's time to really focus on this small but really beautiful opportunity, I think, for a restaurant or something of that sort. It's always often been discussed as a possible restaurant, but whatever we do with it, we've got to preserve it the way we are the other buildings, and this would make it a priority. And maybe want to ask CAO Rael if he wants to comment at all. He's been through this with me on the advisory board for a long time now.
Mr. President, we couldn't agree more with Councilor Benton's perspective on this building. It really is the iconic building that is, I think, within reach just because of its size and the fact that it's and its location on the entire site. So we're supportive of this legislation.
Thank you. Councilors, any questions or comments on the matter?
I don't think I actually moved it, or did I? I did?
You
Okay.
did.
Somebody did.
Second.
Yes,
that's-
Councilor Jones, I think, took
Okay,
your
very
second.
good.
Councilor Benton, to close, I guess.
Yeah, just urge your support, councilors.
And there we go. All those in favor say yes. Raise your hand, please.
Yes.
That matter carries unanimously. We're still waiting on some staff for some other items, so we're going to move on to R80, which is a nuisance substandard dwelling in need of abatement at 629 San Mateo Boulevard Southeast within the city that is so ruined, damaged, or dilapidated to be a menace. I see we have our director from the planning department is here, and we may have some public speakers or other folks that can assist us with this. Councilors will remember this was deferred from our last meeting, pending some conversations between the property owner and the planning department. So to get us started, I'll move a due pass. We have a motion and a second from Councilor Feeblecorn. Director, would you, maybe this is the right place to go, would you just give us a really quick update since we last spoke? There's been some meetings, and then I'll ask Ms. Ciarza, who's signed up for public comment, to speak as well, and we'll see where we go.
Council meeting, we were asked to make sure that we had an additional meeting with the property owner and to make absolutely sure that we had a translator available for that meeting. We did that. The meeting took place on the 2nd of this month, so that was last Thursday at 9 a.m. Our Deputy Director, Jeremy Kaiser, met with representatives of the Asian business community. They had a certified interpreter present. The interpreter was present via conference phone because in order to get one of the proper certifications, we didn't have one available in Albuquerque in person. And then, of course, the property owner was there. They went through the history of the property several times. They went through the city's laws and the policy that says that the property has to come down no matter what, and that needs to come down soon. The property owner acknowledged through the translator as well as in English that she did realize that. She was trying to see if she can get the property sold. We explained that that would be perfectly fine with us, but various ownership changes, number one, don't affect the fact that the property has to come down, and that we're planning to have it taken down once a resolution is in place, unless the property owner or a very quick new buyer can come in with a signed contract from a demolition contractor that has a very reasonable time period in there with an actual demolition date. The city is not interested if we can avoid going through the expense ourselves and the hassle factor of putting a lien on a property and waiting until it gets sold to get paid. We're certainly willing to let the private sector take care of that, which it really should have done sometime in the last 4 years since this has been going on. So that's where we're at. There may be a representative stating that they did sign a letter of intent for somebody to buy the property, but we're still asking, of course, for the resolution to be passed now. This has been, I think, very adequately explained, and we do appreciate everybody's involvement in this, and the property owner. Of course, we feel for her. We empathize with her situation, but none of that changes the reality that this dangerous structure needs to come down and come down as soon as possible, either by the city doing it or a private contractor doing it sooner.
Thank you, Director. We're going to move to public comment briefly. Ms. Ciarza, I think you're our commenter. Welcome back. And while you're coming down, let me say, I can't say enough how much I appreciate you stepping in to help us facilitate some of this and help us identify some of the gaps in our city's process for addressing folks with alternate language needs. And thank you for being here again.
Thank you very much for keeping me past 7 o'clock again. Council President, members of the Council Administration, I wear my jade necklace in honor of the Asian Business Collaborative's accomplishments in the last 45 days on R2280. To the Chinese, the jade stone is an embodiment of the Confucian virtues of courage, wisdom, justice, and compassion. And because our work is not complete, we ask for patience on this situation. An offer has been made to Ms. Busaba from B3 Development, a Black-owned development team led by Alex Horton, Executive Director of the International District Economic Development Team. The copy of the PO was sent to all of you today, or excuse me, to Councilor Davis today. The land will be given back to the International District for revitalization purposes. We feel very confident that this case will be closed within a week within the cash offer, pending a review from a commercial realtor at this moment in time. The development has been surveyed already by B3's engineers, and it would be of the taxpayers' best interest to let the private developer complete the demolish instead of the city demolishing it, which is why we ask for you to hear today. Be advised that we recommended to the client not to attend tonight's meeting. She experienced a mental health crisis after the last city council meeting and afterwards due to the tone and the nature of the conversation. But we did get to the bottom of it and how bad it got. She realized that she was overwhelmed by the weight of her finances. It caused her to freeze in last week's meeting. And we do appreciate the proactive response since November of 22, but we feel that the planning team has failed to communicate properly in 2019. We hope that other API&H immigrant and individuals did not lose their properties or could have almost lost their properties the way that this client had done. And while we're waiting for proof through an IPRA request for 60+ warnings, knowing that the planning's posse system is in planning is a little bit discombobulated, we're also waiting for an IPRA request asking for the copy of the language access plan. So if I could finish my last thought, just like the meaning of the jade stone, we feel that this process needs to be redeveloped and more justice and compassion need to be had for API and H-owned businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ciarza. Councilors, any questions? Seeing none. Director Varela, if I could just, on the record, if I could ask you here briefly. So if the owner is able to negotiate something from the private sector or somebody else to purchase this property or demolish it before the city executes our contract or whatever it is that we have to do to get this done, as long as they provide you notice that that's happening and it gets done on time, that would satisfy the city, right?
Yes, it would. We certainly need to roll forward with a resolution, but we agree. It would make a lot more sense for it to be done privately. If they can bring us in and, you know, an LOI is a speculative document. Real estate sales fall through all the time. Let's see how it goes. There will be title issues. There will be, you know, so on and so forth that have to be cleared up. So I have my fingers crossed that it goes through. But somebody will need to bring us a signed contract with a demolition contractor with an actual date on there for the demolition, not more speculation. Otherwise, it's just too dangerous for it to go on. But we're certainly not going to race them to do the demolition. We just need to get the resolution in place.
Thank you, Director. I appreciate that. Councilors, if there's not any other questions, Councilor Pena.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I don't know if you're planning on making the motion. This is in your district, but I just want to go back to last week and say thank you, Council President, for indulging in this conversation. I'm so glad that you were able to go back, and it just felt that, you know I made some comments, and it wasn't that some of the due diligence hadn't been done, but I was just really feeling that the whole translation process that we were engaging in was not translating very well, if you will. So I'm glad, and I am so sorry that she had some mental health breakdown as a result, but it looks as though there may be some promise. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And I might say I think that was the right thing to do last week, to give us a few more minutes to do that. That said, I hope my colleagues will join me in moving a due pass for this matter. It is it is a danger to our firefighters and first responders who continue to respond, and to the nearby neighbors who are dealing with the fires and other things. And I certainly think there's a path forward if there's a private sector solution to this before the city gets around to it. But certainly I think the public safety risk at this point outweighs any further deferral by this council. And by the time it winds its way through the legislative process, I think there's plenty of time for those other things to happen if they can. So with that, I would encourage a due pass. All those in favor say yes, and raise your hand. And all those opposed? And that matter carries 8-1. Thank you. I'm sorry, 7-2. Councilor Lewis and Councilor Pena opposed. Thank you all. Councilor Pena, I think your matter is going to be a little briefer than we thought. So if it's okay with you, let's take our 112 and then we'll go to the other longer matter.
Thank you, Mr. President. R112 is the City of Albuquerque project recommendations to the Mid-Region Council of Governments for inclusion in the 2040 and 2045 Metropolitan Plan for consideration for federal funding in the proposed FY 2020 to FY 2025 Transportation Improvement Program for Albuquerque Metropolitan Planning Area. I move a due pass, but with that, I have an amendment. No, sorry. I'm going to move a deferral. I apologize.
Let's put the matter on for a due pass just for a second to get the amendment in, and then we'll do a deferral. So we'll take the Councilor Benton for the second on the due pass, just so we can get your amendment in. So you have an amendment.
That's correct. Sorry, I confused myself. So floor amendment number 1 it's just to replace amendment 1 to this resolution with the attached amendment. So inadvertently, it corrects a technical amendment by replacing the working list that was submitted in your packet with the final submittal list. And rather than have you try to digest everything that's different here tonight, we figured a deferral would be the best bet.
Well played. Second from Councilor Benton. I think we on the amendment first. So we have amendment number 1, and you want to move that, and Councilor Benton's going to second that as well. Councilors, any discussion on amendment number 1? Seeing none, all those in favor of amendment 1 say yes, raise your hand. That matter 9-0. Councilor Pena, back on your bill as amended, you want a deferral?
Yes, I move a deferral.
How long?
2 weeks.
Second from Councilor Benton. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of a 2-week deferral say yes, raise your hand. That matter carries unanimously. Thank you. See, that was easy. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, Councilor Feeblecorn, you are last but not least.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is 060. This is a committee substitute adopting a new article in Chapter 11 of the revised ordinances of Albuquerque 1994 to be known as the Residential Tenant Protection Ordinance. Move a due pass.
Second from Councilor Benton.
Thank you. So I think everybody that's been following this knows that we've gone through a pretty dramatic change from the original proposal. There is a housing crisis in Albuquerque, and there are people who are unable to pay the sometimes very, very extreme application fees and various monthly fees to remain housed. And so this bill is supposed to work on that. We had a series of public meetings with all interested parties. Every single person that reached out to my office or to council staff was invited to those. We went through 3 rounds of edits with feedback from the public on each round of those edits. Those that participated fully in this process, you will hear from them tonight, are very happy with the result. Those who came to a meeting and then said, wait, we don't like any type of regulation at all under any circumstances, are unhappy. That's really where we're at. I want to quickly say that the new version of this bill, which you'll hear tonight, has just 5 major points in it. One is that landlords would have to disclose fees that they are going to charge people before someone signs a lease. Folks have a right to know what they're going to be paying to live in a unit once they sign their lease. There is a limit on application fees to $150. We have experience of people who are being charged up to $300–400 just to get to the point where they can sign a lease on a rental unit. This bill requires that applications that are accepted but not processed because someone came first and that application was approved, be refunded. If it's processed and it's turned down for any reason, you get to keep that money. But if you literally turned in an application and it didn't get processed, you shouldn't get to keep the money. This ordinance says that you have to accept money orders. It's really straightforward. You can accept any other kind of payment you want, but the kind of payment that we all agreed on in those meetings that we had over a 2-month period was that money orders are a safe way to accept rent, and that's what's in here. And the last thing in this bill is that a renter is not required to buy renter's insurance on their own belongings. This is not a Big Brother state. They are adults. They can determine what they want to buy insurance on. A landlord can require renter's insurance that pays for damages that may happen to their property, and that is in here. The other thing that's in here is that you cannot force a tenant to purchase insurance through you as the landlord, and we have had those experiences, and that is really, really unfair to the renters. That's what's in this bill right now. It is clearly a tenant protection bill that has been worked on for months and months with everybody who would sit down and work with us. And so with that, I would love to just hear the public comment on this. Thank you, Mr. President.
At the sponsor's request, we'll move to public comment. Mr. Cornelius, would you please call our speakers?
Thank you, Mr. President. Our first speaker is Todd Clark, followed by Alan Lasek.
Good evening, Mr. President, councilors. My name is Todd Clark, and I live in District 2. I wanted to thank you for your consideration of this legislation. I wanted to encourage you to vote against it. I'd also like to thank the sponsoring councilor for meeting with the experts in the housing industry and making the modifications to the original ordinance. That said, I believe the legislation still contains major issues, including the following points. The definitions in the legislation conflict with the Uniform Owner-Resident Relations Act. For example, items called fines in this legislation are called fees in the Uniform Owner-Resident Relations Act. This will only cause confusion with owners and residents. The ordinance is overly meddlesome and a basic component of a housing contract. The owner insures the property for damage, and the resident provides insurance for their belongings. Lacking both leaves the other party open to a potential loss. The legislation also has a number, I believe, potential violations for federal fair housing. Most owners today use a resident screening service that is provided with the landlord's criteria, and that service indicates to the potential resident that they meet or do not meet the criteria. These services allow the landlord to have a blind eye, if you will, to the resident and comply with fair housing laws. The requirement to disclose to the resident why they fail to meet the criteria removes that fairness and opens the door to litigation, as a resident could choose to interpret this action as an action against their protected housing class. The other option is to refund the fee, a fee that the owner paid to a third party, and the only way to make up for that fee is to raise rent on the other residents. Pre-application disclosure language is broad in nature and does not convey every issue that could arise. What happens when a resident damages a unit or needs a locksmith when they lose their keys? How could a landlord possibly forecast all of these future situations and costs, and yet if they do not and disclose it prior to signing a lease, they're not allowed to seek reimbursement? I appreciate your time and consideration to vote against this legislation. Thank you.
Alan Lesick, followed by Stacy Seidel.
Mr. President and committee members, my name is Alan Lesick, and I do once again want to thank the councilor for hosting the meetings. But I did attend both meetings, and we did provide a lot of feedback, and there were definitely some changes that were made to the bill. Unfortunately, many, many big issues still remain in the bill. As the previous speaker alluded to, the definitions conflict. And why that's important is because when you rent a property to someone, you have to, by law, give them the Uniform Owner-Resident Relations Act. So we would then be handing a disclosure with one definition of what rent is and this New Mexico Uniform Owner-Resident Relations Act. The other thing is that in this disclosure it's not just, you're not just putting what's rent and what's the application fee. It's any fee that you would ever charge to them. And so what you're going to end up with is a 20-page disclosure. And it's going to be a locksmith fee, a broken door handle fee, a clogged toilet fee. I mean, the list is truly endless. And so, you know, it becomes that it's not productive for the owner. It's also not productive for the resident. And this is especially true on single-family homes. I mean, there's companies out there that manage 400 or 500 single-family homes. Every single home would have to have one of these disclosures written for it. And, you know, we did a survey when this bill came out. We sent it out to our membership. And I used wording from the bill and said, basically, would you consider raising rents if this were to pass? 86% of the respondents said that they would raise rents if this bill was to pass. There's also another provision in the bill that says you have to use the same payment process that a customer is accustomed to paying, which on face value sounds great, but the reality is every property management uses a different software. It's proprietary software. There's no way that could actually be possible. And understand it sounds good and makes things easier, but it's absolutely not possible. So for those reasons and more, we definitely oppose this bill, and we urge you to vote against it. Thank you.
Stacy Seidel, followed by Steve Grant.
I'm not Stacy. So, good evening, Mr. President, fellow city councilors. My name is Steve Grant. I'm a property owner here in Albuquerque, small independent owner here for the last 20 years. Current president of the Apartment Association. I've spoken in front of you all before. It's good to be back. I'm going to repeat some of the things that have just been mentioned a moment ago. First of all, I want to thank Councilor Friebelkorn for welcoming our comments with your meetings that you had for us and opening the dialogue. And yes, there's been some concessions, and we appreciate that. And we're glad to see that it was, we're moving in the right direction forward. However, there's still some conflicting items that need to be addressed, and therefore we are not comfortable supporting and endorsing these revised proposals. First and foremost, as mentioned already, the New Mexico Uniform Owners Resident Act, for one, it's an extreme legal challenge when it comes to, again, as Mr. Lesick mentioned, full disclosure documentation required for a prospective tenant. The ordinance also states that you must make the following written disclosure through ads and or written communication. The word disclosure is maybe one of the biggest concerns of them all, and it's almost like a what-if scenario, and there could be a laundry list of 20 to 30 pages of that kind of scenario situation. The initial application fee is also held by the owner. If approved, all is good. However, if non-approval, the fee has to be refunded to the applicant within 15 days. This could be quite cumbersome. In addition, as we mentioned already, the payment for new rents, or if somebody's actually paying for their apartment, they would have to have a receipt. And then the other item that is concerning is the insurance item. For those reasons, we definitely oppose this bill, And I think we're on the right track, but I think there's a long ways to go in order to make sure that there's a better way. So the choice is yours. Please vote no on this particular ordinance. Thank you very much.
Alex Adams, followed by Bex Hampton on Zoom.
Mr. President, members of the council, hi, my name is Alex Adams. I'm a student at UNM. I have to rent for my housing. I'm here to encourage you guys to approve this bill. I've had to rent at places where I pay a $200 application fee, my roommate pays a $200 application fee, and then I'm told, by the way, there's a $400 pet fee. By the way, there's an $80 parking fee. By the way, if you want to do this, guess what? There's a fee for that. There's a lot of things that there are going to be fees for. And there's a lot of things that if I saw this ahead of time, maybe I would have applied for this other apartment. But now I'm $400 down, and I really can't afford to keep applying to more places until I find one that doesn't keep stacking fees on things. Yes, there are a lot of things that might require fees. Yes, it could be a really extensive list in some cases. As a tenant, I like that. I like the fact that I can know I have this piece of paper here I can look at and say this is a reasonable fee. I'm okay with applying for this place. If this happens, I know I can afford this. I've rented places where I've had a pretty low application fee, $20, $40. I know it can be done, and I know that landlords are able to have applications for these reasonable prices because that's what I've been able to do. I've been able to go up to landlords ahead of time and ask, are there any fees I should know about ahead of time? They've been able to tell me this. I've been able to go, and I can see that landlords are capable of doing this if they're just trying to help me out and be good landlords as I've had. And I've had landlords that won't do this and will charge fees and will try to take as much money as I'm able to give them. And it makes renting difficult and a precarious situation overall. So I really ask you guys, for myself, for all the UNM students that I know that weren't able to come for some reason but do rent and do find themselves in similar situations, which is a majority of students I know, a great majority, please approve this bill. Thank you.
Bex Hampton on Zoom, followed by Serge Martinez.
Hi, my name is Bex. I'm an organizer with the People's Housing Project. I was just calling in to support this bill. I actually think that it's really silly to oppose $150 or in fees by landlords. Personally, I have never paid more than $30 to move into an apartment, and most of the time I have paid nothing. So I don't really understand why landlords are requiring these fees. And some of the speakers today have said that, you know, these fees, you can't disclose them because, and then they go on talking about damages to the apartment. But a fee is different than a damage, and that is typically defined in a lease. So I think that those comments aren't really relevant to the argument. And $150, I think I mean, that can really make or break a lot of working people. That's a lot of money. So it's very generous for landlords. I think it's extremely reasonable for landlords to provide receipts after payment. I don't really know any business where you don't have to provide a receipt. And I have had many, many tenants calling me saying that their landlord has accused them of not paying rent when it's gone out of their bank account. They've given them a money order or a check or paid online, and the landlords are saying, we don't have the money. So I think it's really unfair that landlords can't give a receipt or aren't required to provide a receipt and then can accuse the tenants of not paying when they have. In addition to that, I mean, it's really important to disclose credit and income for the same reason as the last speaker just said about the fees, because if your credit or income isn't at a certain level, you don't want to waste your time and waste your money applying for an apartment you won't get approved for. Anyways, thank you.
Serge Martinez, followed by Cameron Martinez.
Hi, my name is Serge Martinez. You've seen me many times before. I'm on the faculty at UNM School of Law, where I teach, write, and practice in the area of landlord-tenant law, although I'm not here speaking on behalf of UNM today. I'm also the president of a small nonprofit called Amparo, that works to support renters in Bernalillo County with school-age children and promote issues of stability. We are working closely with Olay, another organization, and we've been asking tenants recently about what are your biggest concerns. Fully half of the people that have been surveyed so far have named fees as their first or second biggest concern. This is something that is very much an issue for the low-income renters in Albuquerque who are desperate for some relief, for some understanding that they need predictability, that they need to know what's going on, and they need to make sure that the fees that they're being charged are reasonable, that they're predictable, and that, excuse me, and that they'll be able to figure out, to plan their lives. Now, I've read the bill. There's nothing in it that limits the ability of a landlord to recover damages for any violation of the lease. What it does talk about, again, is predictability of fees and reasonability of fees, and I strongly urge you to pass this. Thank you.
Cameron Martinez, followed by Patricia Wilson.
Hello. I speak today urging you to vote yes on 066. This bill is a start for basic rights that all renters need to have. It is outrageous that currently a landlord does not have to list the qualifications for a renter on the advertisement. The fact that I won't know if I qualify for an apartment before I pay an application fee shows how much landlords can profit from applications. Also, I've never really had to pay more than like $30 or $40 for an application. I don't know anywhere that charges $150, and I do worry that this bill will incentivize landlords to charge more for application fees. So there really needs to be no fees for an application, in all honesty, but or for use of like a designated online portal, or even like submitting like a payment via like money order. At this time, landlords are not required to provide an invoice of fees for a tenant leaving a gray area for fees that a tenant would never know about. If there's no receipt and they just charge you for it, you might not even know why you have a fee. So this bill is not perfect, but it is a necessary step in the right direction to stop the exploitation of renters from a landlord. Thank you.
Patricia Wilson, followed by Ashley McDavid Fitak.
Thank you. My husband and I personally own and manage 2 single-family homes and 2 duplexes, and do not charge any excessive and unreasonable fees. So what I wonder is, has there been any analysis regarding the number of units under management by local property management companies, by out-of-state management companies, and by local mom and pop landlords? I know there have been a lot of changes to this bill since it was originally proposed, and I'm coming a little late to the table because I wasn't involved in any of the meetings. But I stand personally in opposition to this ordinance unless it's amended to define and then exclude smaller, independent, individually owned rental property managers. Thank you very much.
Ashley McDavid Fitak, followed by Jonathan Furshine.
Hello, thank you for hearing. I'm with a small brokerage here in town. We manage about 70 properties. I've been a property manager for about 4 years, going on 5. We support this bill. We have been a little shocked when we have people apply for our properties that we don't charge a fee. We're a smaller brokerage. It's easy enough. We disclose all fees up front. And we're just really surprised at just how many brokerages out there or property management companies out there seem to be abusing the system. I think this ordinance is very transparent. It helps level the field for both the property managers and tenants. And we hope that you will support this. Thank you.
Jonathan Furshine, followed by Ann Lynn Hall.
Hello, Council President and Council members. My name is Jonathan Furshine. The Residential Tenant Protection Ordinance is a conservative approach that provides tools that help hard-working people improve their lives and the lives of those around them. By mildly buffering what has become an unrestrained capture and kill economic transaction, we can increase the stability and safety of our community by increasing opportunity and decreasing desperation and hopelessness. Please vote yes on 02260, the Residential Tenant Protection Ordinance. Thank you.
Ann Lynn Hall, followed by Riley Massey.
Good evening, President Davis and councilors. My name is Ann Lynn Hall, and I am the CEO of Prosperity Works. I am here today to ask your support of the Residential Tenant Protection Ordinance. Low-income households deserve upfront transparency on all fees that may be charged when renting housing in Albuquerque. They also deserve to have any fees that are charged to be reasonable. The Residential Tenant Protection Ordinance provides guardrails that protect tenants from undisclosed and exorbitant fees. Imagine that you were living in an apartment with your family and you were notified that you owed a monthly pet fee and that you needed to secure renter's insurance. Fees that you didn't budget and you can't afford. While looking for a new place to live, you apply at 3 apartment complexes that keep your child at the same school and keep you close to the bus line that you use to go to work. Each of the complexes charge a $200 application fee. The application fee uses the cushion that you were planning on using for a deposit for a new place, making that move that is necessary not possible financially. As you can see, these fees can add up quickly for our community members. Thank you in advance for supporting greater consumer protection for renters in Albuquerque by voting yes.
Riley Massey, followed by Charlton Simmons.
Good evening. My name is Riley Massey. I'm Housing Stability Managing Attorney at New Mexico Legal Aid, and I am here to urge you to pass this bill. Excessive application fees disproportionately impact the low-income clients who New Mexico Legal Aid serves, particularly those holding federally subsidized vouchers. Again and again, we hear from clients that they are unable to secure new housing because they can't afford the application fees. This is of particular importance to those with vouchers who have a time limit in which to use their voucher at a new unit. If from a typical SSI monthly income of around $800, a tenant applies at 3 different apartments with $200 application fees, they've effectively lost their entire monthly income, especially if none of those applications are approved. If they have a voucher, not only have they lost almost an entire month's income, but they have also put their voucher at risk of expiration, meaning they lose it, because they will have to wait for another month's income to apply again. Limiting these and other fees and making them refundable to tenants will go a long way towards helping the low-income clients that New Mexico Legal Aid serves find safe and affordable housing. I would also like to note that as someone that looks at state landlord-tenant law several times a day, in my legal analysis, this does not conflict with state law. Further, my reading of the bill does not require a landlord to disclose charges for potential damages up front. Typically, assessments for damages are done after move-out against the damage deposit pursuant to state law. I urge you to pass this bill. Thank you.
Charlton Simmons, followed by Catherine McGill.
Hello, everyone. I am speaking to you today, and I'm urging you to pass this bill. In my capacity, I'm a community school coordinator as well as a case manager for Heading Home. And so I work intimately with the population who struggles with homelessness. And I'm also the president of Pay It Forward New Mexico as well. And so we assist those same individuals with paying some of these fees that are very high and, in my opinion, flat out unnecessary. For example, an application fee should rarely rise above the tag of $100, because to do a background check, you're talking about an average of $60 depending on who you contract with. And so there's no reason to have a $200-300 application fee. I have a friend that's a landlord, is a property owner, and another friend that's a property manager. And they have personally showed me receipts of how much it costs for them to do a background check. Many of these absorptive fees that are being charged are not only additional housing barriers to the poor, but I'm gonna call it for what it is. It's a racket. It's a straight up racket used to make additional income by some of the landlords. If you got, for example, you got a $200 application fee, and let's just say 20 people apply, that's a couple of $1,000s that they've made. That usually dwarfs whatever security deposit they're asking for. I urge you to pass this bill because there needs to be some regulation on this because it's just gotten out of hand, and the only people who are getting exploited, or primarily, are those who are already struggling, and those who can't even afford to get housed. So with that being said, I strongly urge you to pass this bill to protect those who are going through the housing crisis and provoke some level of equity and fairness in this housing market that is severely lacking because the tenants are just simply not being taken care of. And it's time for there to be some balance. Thank you for your time.
Catherine McGill, followed by Kendra Hill.
My name is Catherine McGill. Thank you, Council President and councilors. I'm the director of the New Mexico Black Leadership Council, and I support O2260. Truthfully, this is simple contract and property law, and I will stipulate that owners of properties have a certain set of rights to use their property as they see fit within a law. The laws adopted in the United States essentially follow English common law for contract and property law that have not changed substantially since the Norman Conquest. What we are asking for here is an opportunity to look at these laws to find out if they are reasonable and if they provide adequate protection to the tenants, the other party in this business transaction. For instance, in most business transactions, if you give me money, I am required to ask you if you want a receipt, understanding that you may waive that right. The current Uniform Owner-Resident Relations Act waives that right for tenants without their consent. In most business transactions, if we sign an agreement, in this case, a lease, a contract, a business transaction, you need to tell me upfront what the terms and conditions are. If you have not given me proper notice of those conditions, you may not bring them up after the fact without renegotiation. And further, if I pay you to do something that you do not do, you must refund the money I paid you. And if you do complete the transaction, you're obligated to notify me of the outcomes. These are common sense protections, and anecdotal chicken little scare tactics without an ounce of empirical data or proof about how this will burden owners is quite frankly ludicrous and an attempt to distract this body from the real common sense, good governance issues. It would have been great if these things could have been done without public involvement. However, in the absence of the willingness from the industry to do these reasonable things, they are reasonable, customary business practices. It is the duty of this body, the obligation of this body to step in, to take action, and to do it now. I urge your support.
Kendra Hill, followed by Craig Boney.
Thank you for your time and attention. This ordinance has all the qualities of codifying common sense business practices into the leasing and renting of housing properties. Albuquerque is experiencing intense housing instability, and this ordinance provides transparency and peace of mind for persons who are currently applying for housing, and ultimately places equity at the center when tenant-landlord contractual agreements are created. All of these sections make business sense. Firstly, transparency in a contractual agreement is absolutely necessary. Therefore, landlords needing to list all application fees charged by the landlord is a small but imperative cost of doing business. It is burdensome and unfair to individuals and families, especially if they are already precariously housed, to apply for housing and to not know upfront if they even qualify for the application to be under consideration. Alongside knowing requirements and everything else henceforth in this section, I and other reasonable people do not see there being an undue burden brought onto landlords to provide this information for their rental properties. To highlight a line from the section for fees and fines, it is a level-headed assessment to ensure that application fees must be reasonable. Additionally, if I'm, as a prospective tenant, am providing funds for the purpose of processing an application fee, I expect that the funds are used to process that fee, and if not, they should be refunded. Further sections in the ordinance also eliminate common sense-based language. All principled landlords already conduct themselves in alignment with what this ordinance wants to require all landlords in the city to do. In summary, this ordinance gets us closer to equity where both landlords and tenants have the agency to make business and life-based decisions based on a more level playing field, where families who are making decisions that impact everything, because having safe and affordable housing is everything for everyone, feel empowered to conduct business professionally and with transparency, and where we are not solely providing generational wealth to landlords, but generational health and stability to all tenants. Thank you.
Craig Boney, followed by Rosemary Blanchard.
Good evening, Council President and Councilors. I'm retired technologist from Sandy Labs, and invested in a small 16-unit apartment building in the Fair West area of Albuquerque, which is certainly an affordable housing area. This property supplements my retirement. But in no way.
Craig Boney, we're having trouble hearing here.
Let's see. Sorry, my screen says it's unmuted. Are you still not hear me?
Carry on. We can hear you better now. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening. Thank you all for listening to me. I request that you vote against this order.
Craig Boney, we're going to come back to you towards the end and see if you can't resolve your sound issues, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Rosemary Blanchard, followed by Rachel Biggs. You are muted, Rosemary.
I'm muted. Well, I didn't want to be. Good evening, President Davis, members of the City Council. I'm here asking your support to adopt O2260 and create a base level of security for those seeking to secure rental housing for themselves and their families. In our city, we need not only more affordable housing, but we need the affordable housing that we have to provide a stable and reliable source of housing for as many of our residents as possible. The requirements in the proposed ordinance that landlords or rental management companies level with their potential renters about all the fees that are required of them, the special fees that can be applied, etc., is the minimum equity requirement that should be applied to rental inquiries and transactions. Homelessness is an especially hard condition for families with children. So is insecure housing. Teachers in our public schools know the impact of housing insecurity on children and their learning. Secure housing is a major component of good health, emotional well-being, family security, and child development. As the rental market remains tight, as so many of the supports for renters that were in place during the pandemic expire, the tight market and a desperation of families creates an environment that encourages predatory rental practices. We need to level the playing field at least a little between landlords and tenants or potential tenants so that we can build some stability into our residential environment for all our families. Please adopt O2260. I want to see it adopted, and so does my cat.
Thank you, ma'am. Good to see you both.
Rachel Biggs, followed by Craig Boney.
President and City Councilors, my name is Rachel Biggs with Albuquerque Healthcare for the Homeless. Albuquerque continues to experience a worsening housing crisis. We are fortunate that the City Council last year increased our city's investment in housing vouchers and rental assistance, which are valuable tools for helping our families stabilize and stay afloat and stabilize the housing market. However, Albuquerque does not protect prospective tenants from excessive fees and practices that lead to locking out our vulnerable community members from housing and leaves resources on the table. It is smart policy to ensure that our community members have transparency when applying for housing. In all business transactions, we expect that fees are disclosed upfront and this ordinance will ensure that landlords provide the minimum application requirements before you apply and potentially waste precious time and resources. Our clients are limited in their housing searches and are often disadvantaged when they must pay multiple fees to secure housing. Subsidies typically only cover one application fee, and our vulnerable community members do not have the time or resources to apply for units that they could have passed on if they knew they would not qualify. These are very modest tenant protections. Unfortunately, this is a life or death issue for so many who are working hard to access housing. Each day on the street in search of housing exponentially increases the risk of violent victimization and early mortality. People without homes are 25 times more likely to experience violent victimization than someone that is housed and die on average 30 to 40 years earlier. Tenant protections and increasing our supply of affordable housing go hand in hand. Look to New Jersey that has much stronger tenant protections and is experiencing its largest housing increase since the 80s. In Japan, much stronger protections for tenants who have not limited housing protection. The ordinance is necessary next step, and we must pass 060 to ensure everyone in our community thrives. Thank you to the sponsor for bringing this forward, and thank you for your time.
Craig Boney.
Hello, can you hear me better now?
We can hear you better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Council President and councilors. I'm a retired technologist from Sandia. It's invested in a small 16-unit apartment building in the Fair West area in Albuquerque, which I believe everyone would consider to be an affordable housing area. I've never charged anything more than $40 for an application fee, so I have no idea what some of these how much these other places are charging. I've done this 30 years. I've never done that. I have been paying the gas bill for these units, you know, out of the rent income that comes in. And I think everyone knows that just in the last year, gas has doubled. And so I'm forced to have to raise rents on these. You know, it's something I have to do to you know, maintain the low amount of income that I do get off. So, and I really have a problem with fines and fees and things, trying to figure that out because, you know, not everybody's going to break a window or, you know, break a refrigerator door handle or one thing or another. But if you've got to list all of that stuff, going, you know, into a rental, it's a lot of extra paperwork, to, you know, try to take care of something that may not even happen. Another burden that I would have to budget.
Thank you. Your time is up. And Mr. President, that concludes comment.
Thank you all. We're going to go back to the sponsor, Councilor Feeblecorn, and then we have a couple of councilors who want to speak, so we'll let her start.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to respond to a few of the things that we heard because there's a lot of misinformation out there. The first one is that if there is damage to a piece of property, that is covered under state law. That is not touched with this bill. And so we heard from, you can hear it from me, but you also heard it from Professor Martinez and a couple of attorneys that are way smarter than me. So I think that is very clearly not within the scope of this bill. This bill is about fees and fines that are regularly scheduled that are included in that disclosure. So again, there's no need to you know, list out every potential piece of damage that might be done to the property. What you do have to list are the fees that you're going to be charging folks on a monthly, quarterly, yearly basis. If you're going to be charging them a pest management fee, you have to tell them before they sign the lease. If you're going to charge them a common area fee, you have to tell them before they sign the lease. If you're going to charge them a parking fee, you have to tell them before they sign the lease. This seems like a really straightforward thing to me. People should know what it's going to cost them to live in a rental unit. That's all that part of the bill says. There was a lot of conversation around tenancy fees and the words that are used in this bill as opposed to what's in state law. And again, there's no problem with these things. And I will just point out, I know that everybody here isn't an attorney. I'm not an attorney. And it's always shocking to me, but you can have things defined differently in state law and in city law. I'm working on some bills at the legislature right now. There are 3 sections to the bill, and in each section, the same word is defined differently in every section. So that is not a problem, and there's no inherent problem with us having definitions that meet the needs of Albuquerque that are slightly different than the needs of the state. Let's see, what were the other ones? The disclosure, there's a lot of conversation around the disclosure. Again, it could be simply literally typing out all the fees that you're going to charge folks, and then you can screenshot that and put it on your application, put it out there when you put it online. That's it. We charge a pest management fee. We charge a common area fee. We pass through your utility bills to you. We charge parking fees. We charge payment fees for when you pay your bill, when you pay your rent. All those things can just be typed out one time, made into a PDF, share it. It's that simple. That's what this bill requires. There was conversation around whether, if you're in the middle of a lease, if you sell that property and if the new property owner can change the way that money is paid in rent. And the answer is no. You're in a legal document. You're in a legally binding lease that says you can pay via credit card or you can pay via money order. And the new landlord has to allow you to pay via credit card or money order. And it doesn't say anything about having to use the same bank or the same exact service. It says that it's the manner that they're accustomed to paying. And if they're accustomed to paying with a credit card, you have to offer that option. If they're accustomed to paying with the money order, you have to offer that option. It's really that simple. Let's see, I think that's it. We didn't hear anything on, let me just make sure I've gotten through my list. Oh, and then there was one conversation around the passing through of utilities. And again, I just want to be very clear. This bill does not limit your ability to pass through any fees at all, except for those upfront costs, which are limited to $150 before you sign the lease. But any other fees or fines that you want to charge, you're allowed to do so. You just have to tell them that they're going to be paying it before they sign the lease. So if you need to pass through utility costs, anything like that, you certainly are allowed to under this bill. So I just wanted to clear those few things up, Mr. President. Thank you.
Sure. Let's go to other counselors, and then we'll come back to the sponsor to close. Councilor Jones, then Councilor Sanchez, and Councilor Grau. Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's a lot of misinformation in all of this, and I think we just pointed out some of it. It is true that in many instances, most especially I would assume in smaller rental properties where perhaps a family is renting them and they're not to someone that's the landlord, perhaps they're not laying out exactly what they're going to do. They get a tenant in there, the tenant's paid money, and now they can start adding more things. That is disreputable in any business. It shouldn't be allowed. But I think what we're looking at here, I would like to see us take another look at it and talk about it with, if the sponsor would agree, with some property management people, both small and large, and see if we can come up with a compromise that would absolutely protect landlords and tenants. Because the landlords, I know that those rich people who own all this stuff and they're charging you too much money. But in reality, they are business investors. And any number of them have put every penny they have into an investment, an income-producing investment, which is an apartment complex or 2 or 3 single-family homes, however they choose to do it. So to make one group, either side, the devil incarnate, is absolutely wrong. I think we need to take a look at both sides of this and come up with some good ideas on how we can make things work. There are bad players in every side of a game, and we can't legislate against 3 or 4 bad players. We have to legislate to cover the greatest number of people involved. So Counselor, I appreciate the legislation. I think it goes too far one way when it was gone, is now probably too far the other way. But I would certainly volunteer to be on a committee and work with some of the property owners, that being large apartment complexes, duplexes, mom and pop, and some of the investors or some of the tenants who have come to you with these issues. I think we need to talk about it. It will make our city better if we can manage and take good control of rental properties, residential properties.
Let's go. We'll go to Councilor Sanchez if that's okay, and then we'll come back to the sponsor to respond unless we have a direct question. Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President. The sponsor, Councilor Feeblecorn, came to me. We worked on this as much as we possibly could. I have pages and pages of notes. I don't know if I've spent more time on a bill than I have this one, but I've got pages and pages of notes. And during all this, I also spoke with Mr. Clark, Mr. Grant, Mr. Lasek in reference to these issues as well. We actually talked them over and over and over, and I just kept coming up with certain things that really affected my decision in reference to how we should proceed with this. You know, I'm very much in touch with both sides. I've been a renter way back when, and I've also owned residents that I've rented as well. And, you know, I didn't charge any unreasonable fees. And I'm just curious if any of you charge any unreasonable fees in reference to this. And it looks like the overwhelming nod looks like it's no, they don't. So one of the things that I see in reference to this is right off the bat, if I heard it all night long, people charge $25 to $40 on their fees. We're giving everybody a green light to charge $150 now. And I'm like, wait a minute, this needs more cleanup. So, and then you have this other unintended consequence that, anytime we force any entity to do something, whether it's a public or private endeavor, what's the next thing that happens? Is the person who's in control raises the fees, raises the rent. Mr. Lasek stated that he's already talked to him, and 86% of these individuals are going to raise the rent. So we have a very big unintended consequence there. And, you know, not everybody's going to raise the rent, and not everybody's going to charge the $150. But in reality, we just gave the green light for everybody to charge $150. If I was a good, decent renter and a landlord, I would actually be, okay, well, the city's allowing us to charge $150, so I might as well do it. And that's an unintended consequence. The other thing is we're forcing people to do something who are private business owners, especially the smaller ones. You know, I understand, you know, the individuals who are out there needing to be rented or needing to rent housing, but they're going to hit this unintended consequence. And so I don't think that, you know, and I sat there and I asked questions over and over for hours and hours asking these questions about these unintended consequences. And I just felt like there's an overwhelming amount of pressure to push this bill through today. And I actually feel the same way as Councilor Jones, that I actually think we need a little bit more cleanup, and I think it would serve us a little bit more time to find something. Because speaking with the folks who are landlords in here, and then that nod that they gave me, that no, they don't charge unreasonable fees, leads me to believe that there's got to be some sort of middle ground that we can all find, and I don't think it's here in this bill yet. And so I'm just hoping that we look at that from those eyes. What really bothers me is the green light to actually charge $150 for individuals who don't even charge anything. And then the unintended consequence of the rate being raised on these people that don't need to be dealing with a rate increase. And I'll tell you right now, if 86% of the people state that they're going to raise their rental rate just because now they have a fee, then we need to find some sort of middle ground to deal with this so that all of us everybody here. I mean, our biggest issue is we need more housing. We need more affordable housing. We've got to get people into houses. And we all agree on that. Every single person on this council agrees that we need more affordable housing and more housing. So I actually asked council services to look into that, to see how many housing units are going to be put into service this year and next year. And it sounds like there's an overwhelming amount of rental properties that's going to be becoming available soon. Just in my district, right by Bosque School, we have an apartment complex there that has probably 1,000 to 2,000 units there. Never seen anything that big on the west side. Then you have in Councilor Lewis's district, there's 2 more large apartment complexes that are being planned. So I honestly think that by the time we get this bill worked out, there could be plenty of competition out there that this bill may not even mean anything, because it seems like there's so many units out there. So I'd really like to ask for a deferral to move it forward, to come back to the table again and just see if there's something, because I asked way too many questions in reference to it, and I was confused on a lot of items as well. And sure, Councilor Feeblecorn was helping me work through them, but there's still some unintended consequences that I don't think that we should be putting putting that burden on some of these folks.
So, Councilor, are you asking for the sponsor to defer, or are you making a deferral, or are you going to wait and see where the conversation goes?
I'd like to see where the conversation goes, but I would really, really like to bring more people to the table and try to work something, a little better compromise.
Okay, we'll put a pin in that for just a minute, Councilor Grout, and then we'll come back, we'll go to Councilor Bassan, then we'll come back to the sponsor to respond and see where she wants to go.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is meant to address the bad landlords, and I'd like to know how many bad landlords are there out there?
Thank you, Mr. President. So, there's not a lot. No one has ever argued that all the landlords in the city of Albuquerque are the bad actors that are doing this. But I can tell you that a lady that was here this evening brought in a copy of her fee schedule for us. And I won't name the company, but the fees are a $50 application fee and a $219 administrative fee. That's what she has to pay, $269 for the privilege of signing a lease with this company. So we have these examples. People have sent us these examples. I think having more than one is enough to justify passing legislation that protects the citizens of Albuquerque from those bad actors.
Okay, thank you. One follow-up. What are some better ways that we can address these bad actors?
Well, Mr. President, my opinion is this is the best way to address these bad actors. I mean, we've been working on this for 6 months, so yeah. This is, in my opinion, the answer. We have met. I heard Councilor Jones and Councilor Sanchez say that we should meet with folks. We did. We had multiple meetings, time and time and time again. We gave out copies of the new version. We asked for feedback. The folks in the room, quite frankly, stopped responding. I even called a few of them to say, hey, we haven't heard from you. If you don't want to participate in the process, I cannot make you. But those that did participate in the process, you heard from several of them on the Zoom tonight, they are very happy with the result of this legislation because they feel like they were heard, and we did do a massive rewrite to address all of the concerns that were brought up by folks in those meetings and in the various times that we sent out a draft and took feedback.
Thank you. I think we should defer this. It needs more work.
Thank you, Councilor Bassan. Then we'll be back to Councilor Jones and back to the sponsor.
Mr. President.
Councilor Lewis.
Mr. President, I can tell you right now, I do not support a deferral. But while I think, and when talking to Councilor Feeblecorn, while I can understand that affordable housing is a right, I also think that property ownership has its own right as well. So I don't support this bill. I don't think that we should infringe upon property owners' rights as property owners to do what they will with their property, even if it's landlords. What I do think is that if the government is going to micromanage and intervene and regulate to this point, then the government has an obligation to provide affordable housing. It's our job as government to do that, not to demand that private and commercial property owners do things the way we tell them to. It's their right to own their property and do what they want with it.
Let me go to Councilor Lewis, who hasn't spoken yet, then we'll go back to Councilor Jones.
Mr. President, thank you. I think, at first I was thinking of some ways that I, look at this amendment and look at things that I disagreed with on it and offer some friendly amendments to amend some of those things out. And I just, there's just not anything in this bill that I would agree with. And I actually think that was the approach of the renters that were involved. I think they, in good faith, saw that there was some regulation coming, it's a potential regulation, and said, well, maybe, we can, work and try to get something that's feasible. And clearly, we heard tonight that it's not feasible, and this is something that would, hurt the people the most that are actually providing, the housing in our cities. So it certainly is a micromanagement of agreements that are passed on, privately. I think it's certainly an overreach. I'm concerned about, some of the people who, the small renters. These are people that have invested their hard-earned money, their reputation, into, certain investments that actually provide for housing in our city. And they get fearful, and certainly when you have this type of proposals, there's a sense of fear that, am I going to be able to make my business work, because of this? And so, certainly, I do believe this is an overreach. I think that's been their approach as well. It's not that they haven't been willing, to be able to hear out, but I do think sometimes people are brought to the table out of fear that, if I don't agree to some of this, then we might be so overregulated when there's really nothing in it that really they agree with in the first place. And so I'm against this. I'm against the deferral. I think we should, take away that fear, and I think we should. It's the real solution, and that's what we want to do. We want to help people find housing. We want to make it more accessible. This is a difference in philosophy about how to make that happen.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Jones, and we'll go back to the sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we've talked about both sides of it. We've heard this now, what we think, and it's very interesting that we're trying to fix a problem that maybe isn't a problem that we can fix. Perhaps it's a problem that the market fixes. Right now, of course, we're short on rental units in the city of Albuquerque, be that single-family duplexes, large apartment complexes. It's the way it is. When you are building cars and you want to sell them, if other people aren't building enough cars, they're going to come and buy your car, and they're going to buy it for a lot more money than you would have sold it for a year before. So we're talking about supply and demand, supply and demand, supply and demand. And if we were to overregulate the rental owners, again, be that large apartment complexes, a duplex, a single-family home, all we're going to do is raise the rates across the board. They may not come in as an application fee. They may not be a deposit. They can always just raise the rents. We have so few residential rental units. We are so lacking in enough housing in Albuquerque. The last thing we want to do is raise prices to an unacceptable number. We will then be at the point where we can no longer get the big builders that we need to come in and build units, because they see that if the prices get too high and they start filling up, we will shut them down. We cannot stop private enterprise or attempt to stop private enterprise like this is doing. Now, if we want to talk about how much money the city charges for their housing units, we have the right to do that. We do not have the right to tell the private sector that they can't get a good return on their investments. Because what happens? No more investments, no more housing built in Albuquerque or the surrounding areas. So I think we would be kind of, what do you cut off your hand to something? Anyway, I think we'd be hurting ourselves far more than we would be helping the people who need rental units. Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilor Sanchez for the administration briefly.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to ask the administration, or even the folks here that represent rental companies, how many units are we expecting by the end of the year and probably by the end of next year in Albuquerque to add to that? It looks like I've got a couple of people that might have that information.
Yeah, it's a little unusual, but it's like, come on, Mr. Clark, we'll do this really quickly if you know the answer.
Mr. President, Councilor Sanchez, I appreciate you asking the question. And I'm glad to share this with your staff. This is an editorial piece. It's going to go in the Albuquerque Journal, be submitted this week. Today, we need 18,247 rental units to hit a 95% occupancy. When you're at 95%, you have enough vacancy rate that we don't have the kind of conversations that we're having in the marketplace today. So you don't want to build to 100, you want to build a little bit too much. Right now in the pipeline, those that are approved, completed, leased, and lease up under construction, or have gotten far enough along in the process that they will happen this year and in 2024, totals 4,801 units. That leaves us lacking 13,446 additional units. Now, the nice thing is the mayor's housing initiative is to hit 5,000. We're within striking distance of that today. We're only 199 units away from that, but we desperately need more. And all of this is not driven by the people you see in the room. It's driven by all the economic development success we've had. Netflix, Facebook, Amazon, Intel, the list goes on and on and on. The number of jobs on the demand side of this component is over 10,000. That's where the demand's coming. And this is only, by the way, going to get worse because the Netflix studios are under construction. Those people aren't here yet. When they come in later this year and they come in next year, we're going to get to revisit this again until we do like Councilor Jones has indicated, which is just build a lot more. I'm glad to share this with the staff. It would be helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Councilor, I was going to go to the administration.
No, go ahead.
Mr. Real, if you have anything.
Mr. President and members of the council, we obviously, as an administration, support this legislation. Let me tell you a couple of things. One is, when you look at individuals that are leasing an apartment or leasing, I think it's just reasonable to think that they would know what they're going to pay. What are the fees that are going to be assessed by them or to them for getting into if you will, an apartment, et cetera. It just seems to me like it's a reasonable bill. There certainly has been a lot of compromise in the conversations. I know Councilor Feeble-Corn's met with a lot of folks in the industry, et cetera, and we certainly would support this legislation. Also would obviously support if there's a interest in deferring it and having more conversation, but I know that at some point you get to a point of how many more deferrals and how much more do we tweak this before it's not a bill. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Real. And let me say, and then I'll pass it to the sponsor to close or respond as she sees fit. I agree with you, Mr. Real. Like, we do have a housing crisis. It's not unreasonable to tell somebody how much it costs, whether you're buying a car, you're buying a house, or you're buying a watermelon. It doesn't make any sense to me that we can't do that. I think the whole point of this legislative process is to have conversations with folks that don't always talk to each other, to find a balance between stakeholders and folks who want no regulation versus folks that need housing they can afford, or right to both be here asking us to help. And I applaud the sponsor and other counselors who've been willing to sit down and do that work. Councilor Passad and I beat ourselves to death with some of the same folks earlier last year, and this council helped us pass some anti-discrimination ordinances to help break down some of these barriers. But the fact remains, and most of the landlords that I know, and everybody I know sitting in this room is professional and does this for a living and knows how to do this well. I don't have issues with that. But there are folks who abuse it and who use fees as an artificial barrier to prevent people who would otherwise qualify from getting into housing they can afford or do a bait and switch. And it doesn't make it's not good business, quite frankly. to qualify somebody into a property they can't afford and assume they'll be out later. And so I think with the compromises and the changes, I think this is a reasonable bill, and I appreciate the work that's gone into it. I know how hard it is, and I think it could do a good thing for everybody. That said, I think the decision on a deferral lays with the sponsor. I wouldn't necessarily be in favor of one. I think there's enough folks that have participated, and the sponsor has her bill, as I understand, and but I would defer to her on how she'd like to proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I truly do not believe a deferral is going to make any difference. I have worked with everyone that was willing to work with me, so the bill before you is what we have to decide on. So with that, I will just close really quickly. I think we all agree that there's a housing crisis, and there's a short-term and a long-term solution to that. And I think we all agree that the long-term solution is we need to build more units. But the short-term solution is there are people living in apartments right now who are being priced out by extreme fees that are undisclosed to them when they rented the unit. They are not all going to move out and move into these new buildings that we construct. They need to be protected as well. Right now, there are people in Albuquerque who are struggling to afford application fees that they will not get reimbursed for. They are applying at multiple places. They're desperate to find a house or an apartment to rent. They are spending hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars to get a place to live. If they don't even get processed, they don't get that money back by many, many landlords. Right now, there are people in leases who have been in those leases for some time, and they are getting surprised with new fees. The example is a woman that I spoke to today who has been in her apartment for 13 years. She is in the middle of a 2-year lease, and suddenly she has gotten 2 new fees. I'm not saying that these fees are unreasonable. I'm saying that they are not fees that she knew she was going to get. One is a $17 a month pest management fee, and one is a $50 a month use of the common areas. She did not know that that was coming. She is on a fixed income. She is now worried that she cannot afford that apartment anymore, and after 13 years, she will be forced to leave. No one's saying that those fees shouldn't be charged. We're saying that you have to tell people what they are going to get when they rent an apartment. So I just want to make it clear, most landlords are not going to be impacted by this ordinance. My partner's here, he's a landlord. He has never considered doing any of these things that we're talking about, and he somehow makes money on his rental. You can do this without really harming low-income people living on a fixed budget. This ordinance will impact people who are throwing fee after fee after fee that people were not expecting on their renters. This ordinance will impact people that are charging $200, $300, $400 just to get to the place where you sign a lease so you can have shelter. And this will impact people who are doing things like making their tenants purchase insurance through them. And I'm fine with those people being impacted. And I think we should all be fine with those people being impacted, because those are the bad actors that we need to protect people from. Not the folks in this room, but those bad actors that are harming Albuquerque citizens. And that's what this bill does. And with that, I urge your support.
Thank you, ma'am. The matter being called, all those in favor say yes and raise your hand.
Mr. President, is it the deferral, the matter?
No, I think the is for a due pass, is that right? The motion is for a due pass. All those in favor of a due pass say yes, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. All those opposed say no, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That matter fails on a 4-5 vote. There being no further business before this council, this meeting is adjourned.